Hello, lovelies. How's everybody doing today? I feel like I'm gonna owe Gaffer an apology because
Hello.
I realise that he's he's still streaming over on release at the moment, and recently, like the past few months, he's mostly been doing Sundays. So I try not to clash with people, but unfortunately, I had to a little bit today. Right, so let me hang on. First of all, let me turn off my loading screen. So we are on Deliverance today. Because in just over 4 weeks, about 4.5 weeks, there you go, 32 days, we've got the next Southern Freedom Miles Impalong, which is the Deli Renaissance Festival on Deliverance, as you might expect. And we're doing some prep this weekend. I mean, I say we. There's a whole bunch of other people here who have been slaving away doing a whole lot of prep while I've been AFK stream prepping. But I'm going to try and do my bit towards it this evening. And I thought it might be quite a nice opportunity to get a little bit of a look behind the scenes at the kind of prep that goes into Impalongs. For anybody who's never been to one of these before, we're going to have a quick look around the deed, and I can tell you some of the kind of things that you might expect there, but some of the plans are still being hatched and finalised. And my main thing that I've got to do today is actually build a new building. Because last year we had the lovely Sidereal set up in the studio, which was actually built to run games in, but there weren't any games that needed that space running last year. But this year we are hoping to run some in there, so I'm going to build her a custom built die shop next door. That is the plan. So for anybody who has never been here before, we are on the north coast of Delhi. It's a really easy hop off the centre-south coast of pretty much anywhere else. And I'm also just going to pop a link in for the forum post, which has got more precise coordinates on a map. There is going to be a bit more information coming there soon. We know it's a little bit sparse at the moment, but you can watch that space. But also, if you would like to get notifications when there are more updates about what's happening at the Deli Renaissance Festival over Easter, or if you are planning to come and you are a Discord user, you might want to join the DRF Discord if you haven't already, because there will be fun stuff happening in there, and then you can stay up to date on everything that's going on. So, hello to everybody in chat. Lovely to see you all. You're going to hear tinking going away. Going on in the background all the time doing this at the moment. There is a great deal of corded rope being made over here for our priests. More on that in a bit. But I'm just going to take a wander down and show you what you're looking for, sort of as you approach the deed. Do a little tour, a very quick one. What I probably should have done was grabbed one of those horses, but I did not. So, do you a little bit of a tour, just of the main buildings around here. So as you're approaching from the north coast, there's a big long slew of jetties here. You can come and park yourself up on any of them. So you're looking for this Colossus of Labilla and a guard tower over there, a Velvet Sun guard tower. And this big marble building here is the Impalong building, which is right in the middle of that, with all of the docks out the front. The docks are off deed, so if you're somebody who likes to bring horses to help you move about more easily, or if you're somebody like me who occasionally rescues things from arenas, you can safely unload your cages here. This is not on deed. There is also, just through that tunnel there, there is an on-deed place to park boats, both for imping or also just to protect them from repair if you don't need to load and unload stuff. But me, I always just end up stranding my gnolls directly across this jetty here, because I don't use mooring ropes. Because we hate mooring anchors. So this is the dock area. And while I'm down here, if you're coming along to the Impalong to also take part in games and not just imping, one of the games, or two of the games that we run, in fact, start or are based down here. They do fishing contests here every year, and so there are There are spaces all the way along here where the fishing contests usually run. There is also, there we go, there's your fishing contest sign right there. And there is also often a game called Find the Cheese, which I think usually does start somewhere down here. But I probably should have checked in with Myra first. Myra, if you're around, where does the Find the Cheese one start? There's usually a sign somewhere down here on the docks. But Myra was telling me that sometimes people struggle to figure out where it begins. And so I dutifully said, yes, of course, I'll show people where it begins, without having actually taken the time to check. Oh, that one's in the ship imping cave. Oh, it's that Find the Cheese. All right, okay. I do know where it is, because I actually played Find the Cheese last time. All right. Tell you what, I'll go and show you that now. Yeah. I remember I did not find the cheese first last year. But it's a very, very clever setup, because it is it's down in the boat cave, and it's in a building where there are...
What is?
Thank you for the follow, Summer. That's Shenji Wurm, right? Hi, Shenji. Because it is set up in a building with so many containers and so many things blocking your line of view that you have got to very, very methodically work your way through it.
Flattery will get
Or...
you everywhere.
Thank you for the... Oh, thank you for the subscriptions, guys. I missed that. Thank you for the subscriptions. Forgot what I was saying now. Something about cheese. Yes. So your two options are to try and methodically go through the building, opening and checking in and under everything, or to just kind of like race in there and haphazardly, somewhat chaotically, go opening up everything and seeing what you could find. But here we go. So the big yellow banners that say cheese.
Will get you everywhere.
That's the start. Thank you for the resubscription, Bun. So yeah, you're looking for your big yellow banners here that all say cheese, and if you want to take part in the cheese finding games, this is the thing right here, and you can see all of the possible containers that it could be hidden in, all of the things that it might be tucked under or around. There's an awful lot of things in here which you might not know that cheese can actually be hidden in, and some that you may still not know when you come looking for cheese, so you might end up opening a bunch of things that you don't need to. I know I left last year planning to go home and check exactly if I could fit cheese in these, for example. But of course I promptly forgot, in the same way that I also forgot to go home and skill up toy making last year after I won my rare chessboard. Whoops. Thank you for the resubscription, Ruffle. So if you come along and play Find the Cheese, you want to be in the boat docks down here, and I think there is a couple of ways down. Are you opening it up for me? I'll go and have a quick look. I assume that there is no cheese actually tucked in here right now, tempting as it is, but there are a whole lot of things to open, so I suppose my pro tip is, if you want to come and play games like this, make sure you've got open keybound. And you're going to have so many windows open. You can either spend the time clicking and closing them all, or you can just run away until they close themselves. But all of these are all containers. Just imagine the possibilities. All the places that cheese maybe could be hidden. Things within things. So I have not won this one, but I have had a damn good go at it. So that's that one. There are a couple of ways down into the boat mines, I think, but the one that I took was coming in from just outside.
Love you guys.
Thank you, Shenji. And congratulations to everybody who just got a sub from Shenji, being very, very kind. So I'm going to head back up out, because I ran straight past the imping building in my excitement to have rediscovered where the cheese was. So back up on the main deed up here, the big white marble building, that is your main imping building. If and when you come to visit this one, like most imping buildings, if you've ever been to an Impalong before, it is arranged over several floors. This one has 4, I think. So you've got your priest area, which is where you get all of your enchanting done. Sermons happen round the clock here. The Deli Renaissance Festival is by Madoon. You often find cheese hiding in your pockets. Yeah, but that's Enki cheese. That's special. That's different. It's a different kind of cheese. So this is the priest floor, where you've got sermons happening around the clock, and the Deli Renaissance Festival this year is going to be running for an extra day. It's going to run for 4 days. over Easter. So it is running from Thursday oh my God, I just posted it. Thursday the 17th to Sunday the 20th of April. Up on this floor, we've got a restaurant area where you can come and sit down, chill out, treat it like an AFK lounge. But some games also start up here, or some hand-ins for games happen up here. You've got your crafting level, which is for everything not in a forge, which is up here. It's so weird, you know, walking around an Impalong building with no people in it, because I'm so rarely at any of these places when Impalongs aren't in full swing. But this is where you can get your leather, your masonry, your carpentry items, your tailoring items, your pottery, all of that sort of stuff imped up. The lovely Yups, who is now back in local, sorry, has imped up some particularly, given me some particularly nice imps on some pottery pieces at Impalongs here. And then you've got your forges up open air on the top floor here, which is where you get your tools, your weapons, your armor, your shields, and all of that stuff done when you are here. There's also some lovely little Easter egg trails and displays scattered all around. Many Easter eggs. Very gemmy, very difficult for me because we know how much I love Easter eggs. But because it happens over Easter, that means that there will be things like an Easter egg hunt that is run here every year, as well as like the actual, like the Easter egg hunts where the Easter Bunny is literally in game dropping Easter eggs everywhere. Among the games that we run, here, like there is an Easter egg hunt, the fishing contests and the find the cheese things I've already mentioned. We're trialing out some rules for a couple of new games potentially this year, but we're not going to announce them until we have actually had a chance to test them properly. But other traditions at this one are, for example, the flying cows game, which I don't partake in because I don't think cows should fly. But I know a lot of people have a lot of fun catapulting cows. And in fact, I could probably run over there and give you a quick peek. But I suppose somewhere here, there are horses for staff use, and if I can identify one of them, I suppose I could move a little bit, there we go, a little bit more quickly than I am on foot, because this is quite big. This one, let's have this one. I love an Appaloosa, even if I'm going to clash with it because I'm in my red gear today. So, which way do I want to go? There's a dairy down here, so you can come and grind other skills here, even if you are not imping them for people. You can come and sort of grind your animal husbandry, your dairy making, and things like that. I had scrolled up in chat, so let me just check. Okay, yes, there are people in local Myra, but in fairness, like, not on the crafting floors for the most part. You know, normally when I walk into an Impalong building, there's just like tons and tons of like AFK people in the priest space, and the crafting rooms are all full. So, but yes, given that there is not currently an Impalong going, we do still have 25 people in local here doing some prep stuff for us today. So, let's not get into fights with some of those. Oopsie. Now, I probably didn't come out the most useful direction that I could have. But behind the main Impalong deed, there are some other buildings. So we've got a market hall up here where people can come and place their merchants for the duration of the Impalong. You just need to contact one of the hosts if you want to come and place a merchant here. So contact somebody like Myra or Bun. There might be other people as well. I've just got some kind of hype train emote. I don't know what that means, but thank you, I guess, for whatever triggered that. Southeast for the cow deed. East now. Yes, I suppose you could contact me. Do I now have permissions on these buildings? Apparently, you could maybe also contact me, or Myralux, or Bunlows. So nice market halls over here. We've got the archaeology museum over here, and there is usually some kind of a riddle competition or something similar running here that involves coming and interacting with this building, which Myra has been lovingly filling with many archaeology tokens from all across Delhi for some time now. Choo choo. Then, right, so if I head east, there's going to be some very brightly coloured flags, I think, which is what I need to look for. Is that right, Myra? East from here? Triple the amount of tokens there from the last Impalong. Oh, I exhausted myself examining every single token last time. Here we go. Brightly coloured flags. There are your catapults, or if you like puns, I suppose, counterpults. And the target. So I guess this is how far you are trying to fling them. So there you go. That is a DRF tradition right there. Flinging cows from catapults. If you caught my stream with Calvert yesterday, we were flinging lit carved pumpkins from catapults, which was a nice tip off from Moomin. That is also fun if you like me do not so much enjoy taking out animals to kill them. I did fling some snake corpses, in fairness. So we've got that one over there. They had to set up a whole separate deed for it because the perms required to play with war machines are a pain in the arse, basically. So that one's got its whole own deed. And then if I go back this way, back onto the main deed, we do, of course, have an arena, as every good Impalong does. So hopefully, if the GMs have some time, we will get some arena fun in here. With its many gravestones. Literally the place. I've had some good fun in this arena, and I have taken many creatures home from this arena in previous years. And there is also a hotel over here, so there are plenty of rooms for people to stay to get their sleep bonus back. We sometimes have Red setting up a bar over here. He's got his own kind of permanent boozing house. I don't know if we're getting Red this year. Does anybody know? So you've got the the pub and grill, the boozing house over there, your hotel over there, your main imping building here, which, as you can see, you can actually get onto from various levels. But there are also, of course, internal stairs and slopes going up. And then over here we've got some more of the game building. So we're going to have guessing booths again this year here. This is the studio where we had Sid last year, I think, which we are going to hopefully turn towards some new games for this year. We've got a free stuff building over here, and this empty space here covered in crates is where I'm gonna build a die shop for Sid today on stream. And have I missed anything major? You've not yet sent for confirmations from Red. Have I missed anything major, Myra or Bun? I think that's the most of it. We touched on the dairy. We've had a look down in the boat cave, which, if you're still trying to reorient yourself, is just down here, behind the guard tower. Oh, is that my dead shark that you left me? Ruffle messaged me on her way in, and she was like, "I've got you a dead shark." I do love a dead shark, but I can see one right there, and now I feel compelled to go and get it.
Waylaid by ambushes.
Oh, thank you for the raid, Dutchinator. Good to see you. We are over on Deliverance. Baby shark. Do. I now have shark corpse. Yes, I do. I've just got to find somewhere appropriate to leave it. Hi, Dutchinator. Hi. We are over on Deliverance. We're just having a look around the site of the upcoming Deli Renaissance Festival, Impalong, which is happening in just over 4 weeks. And there are a lot of very lovely people here today doing a lot of free labour to try and create some of the, 500,000 favour that might well get used at this Impalong, enchanting people's stuff for free. And I think Bun gave me some numbers on that one earlier, so hang on, because I have priests, but my priests don't sack stuff, so I'm not an expert on this. So I think Bun by Bun's numbers, they've got to make about 40,000 corded rope of quality 75. Yeah, there you go. 40,000 corded rope, average quality of 75, in order to make about 500,000 favour for one 4-day Impalong's worth of enchanting, at a minimum, Bun says. Corded rope crafting stream, indeed. I mean, I can absolutely go and show you them all crafting their corded rope. But mostly what you're going to see is them all holding rope tools and just doing this. But they are all down here at the moment, I think, on the priest floor, so that some sermons are underway. There you go. Look, they are doing exactly that. Look at them busy beavering away. So there you go. Bunch of toons putting in a lot of hours over this weekend, and probably beyond this weekend as well, to try and get enough. And Rapti here has been knocking out rare cordage rope all afternoon. How many is that, Rapti? Is that like, what, is that 5 now? 6 more? So you're up to 9. You're up to 9,000 ropes already. But that's a quarter of the way there. So that's what they are busy doing. Ruffle, I think. What are you doing at the moment, Ruffle? See you later, memers. Have a good time out at your St. Patrick's Day event. Ruffle, are you going around repairing stuff, or are you collecting stuff for the tackle boxes at the moment? Ruffle is also here to help out, even though Ruffle is not staff. Ruffle has come along to help too. And I think I saw somebody up on the top floor also doing some crafting. So there are other little bits and pieces that are going on there. Are you not back yet, Ruffle? No, she's not. Oh, Ruffle, you slacker. But aside from the favour making, there are also other bits and pieces that are going on. I think Olafus was making some more bulk container units earlier. Myra is very organised and has got us a to-do list of things that we need to do. And as I said, we've got some new games to test yet, but I don't think we're going to be doing those on stream. So this is the Deli Renaissance Festival site. And hopefully we will see lots of you here in about 4.5 weeks. I have been co-opted onto staff this year. I've never been Impalong staff before. I'm trying to try not to let the power go to my head. I'm just going to be on the entertainment crew, so I'm going to be doing a bit of streaming here across the course of the weekend. And maybe also running some games. You know me, I love a good quiz, among other things. Myra's the bossy one. Oh, she was helping you, was she, Moomix? And by helping you, do you mean collecting goblin skulls and then, like, trading them to you in, like, seedy back alleys? I have visions of Ruffle just sort of, like, you know, stepping out of the shadows and opening up a coat that's just lined with goblin skulls for you. Pretty sure that's how it goes. No. Oh, treasure maps. Treasure maps on release. Gaffer's doing treasure maps on release at the moment, or was doing treasure maps on release. I quite like treasure maps on release. Right, I'm going to drop this horse back. And then I'm going to go and show you what I've got planned for this space. So. Hurrah for the bossy one, says Bun. So I'm going to have a drink, because I just talked solidly without a breath for like a good 5 minutes or more, and the rest. But so the parameters that I was given was a 3x5 building that we wanted in rounded stone. They didn't tell me they wanted it to be a 2-story building, but luckily for them, that's the one. That's what I designed anyway. So it's not quite going to mirror this one, because it's going to be the same height as this, but the same material as this, and 3 across by 5 down in this space. And if you've been to any of the other Impalongs where Sid has a shop set up, you'll probably be quite familiar with her displays. Sid is a die maker, very good die maker. And when we are lucky at community events, Sid comes along and sets up a little pop-up shop with beautiful, great big racks of dyed jars and display tables of what the dies look like on cloth and things like that. And every time she does, I go and splurge on a load more dies, as do a lot of other people. And they're really colourful and lovely to look at. And because dyes in game, they look different on every kind of material that you put them on. You know, they look different on lamps to the way they do on stone, to the way they do on pottery, to the way they do on cloth. There's a lot that kind of a lot of like factors that can vary how your dye looks on things. And Sid is really, really good at sort of consulting with people as well about what kind of dye might suit if they're trying to aim for a particular color or to color match something. So if you want to, I don't know, dye some lamps or something and you want some advice, Sid is very good and very patient at talking you through what kind of dyes might work for the thing that you want and trying stuff out with you. Which is one of the many reasons that we love her. So that's Sidereal. She's on the forums as well. She makes things like transmutation liquids too. But it's her dyes. It's her dyes that I think she's probably best known for. So we want to make her a nice display space to put up those lovely kind of jar displays to show off her dyes and things, so people can come and have that shopping experience that I love. Hold on to your purse. Oh, yups. Yeah, your ants now. Extra legs, though. Extra limbs. I wonder if they've all got opposable thumbs. Does that mean you can work, what, 4 times as fast? Yeah. Right. Let me just.
Take my money.
Let me just check that I haven't missed anybody in chat. Oh, so we say goodbye to Mimas. Hello, Olafus. Sorry, I did not actually say hello properly to you. Hello to anybody else that I might have missed along the way. Oh, right, so I've never tried to show you Deed Planner on stream before. Hopefully this is all going to go beautifully smoothly. Hopefully. But we're about to find out. So hi, Summer. I mean, you did say hi. You said hi with subscriptions and a hype train. That's quite a big hi, but hello you. So I think if I click this button, can you guys see that? Tell me you can see that. I really hope you can. If any of you have never used Deed Planner before, there are 2 different versions of it. You can see it. Super. There are 2 different versions of Deed Planner. There is like a downloadable and app-based version, and there is a browser-based version. I don't use the browser-based version. So this is the one that you download and install. This one does not have bridges in. But I have never used the other one. I just can't get my head around it. So this is the one that I am most familiar with. And that over there is that building that I was just standing next to, the storage building. And then this is sort of like a mock-up of the deed space around it. So this is what I knocked up quickly the other day when Myra was like, we need somebody to design a building, and I was like, oh, how about this? The idea being it's got lots of nice big open views in from the 2 sides that you might approach it from to show off those lovely displays. These planter racks are stand-ins because this version of Deed Planner does not have empty shelves. So these are sort of stand-in for sort of shelf spaces. We've got a nice little bit of a mezzanine up here as well for some extra display space. And if I can, I will knock up or encourage somebody who has the appropriate skills, if I don't have them, to knock up some marble tables and some display surfaces for Sid as well, because I imagine that she does bring some of her own stuff, but it would be nice to have the space set up so that it could be used for other kinds of pop-up shops as well in the future, and also just to reduce the amount of stuff that Sid maybe has to haul in. Hello, Algorithm. How are you? So yeah, so this is what I'm doing, and I've also kind of kept it open here, partly because dyes look different with lamplight on them as opposed to sunlight, and I wanted to try and get as much sunlight in here during the day as possible, but also to try and keep that roof profile the same as, although you can't see on here because I didn't actually mock up that bit, but if I just skip back to my main one, so that is the building that I mocked up there, and that low roof profile over there is going to match that one, hopefully. Now, I'm just seeing a very, very small flaw in my plan, and that is that I hadn't clocked that this one is a slate shingle roof. whereas this one is wood. And I don't think I brought any slate, but if I'm very, very lucky, my raw bud might have some in storage here, so I can still knock up some slate shingles, because I kind of like it to match this on both fronts, materials-wise. But if I move over here, then I can just switch back between the two again, and you can see sort of what we're looking at, and that's what I'm going to try and knock up on stream. Hello, Wendell. Don't have shingles, but you can make some. Super. So there you go. So that's the studio building. That's the space next to it. And if I just pop up D-Planner again, there you go. That's what we're looking at putting in that space. Which might mean you actually get a chill stream where I don't talk constantly for 3 hours. Because I'm busy building, perhaps it will be slightly more relaxed, a relaxed pace, more intermittent talking, or perhaps I will waffle away and distract myself the whole time and I won't manage to build something at all. We don't know. I've never tried crafting on stream yet. So it's going to be a little bit of a challenge for me. I am a builder. Like, I build all the time in Wurm. I just don't normally do it while trying to hold up a conversation.
Oh, yes. Magnificent.
Hello, yups. So I have pre-prepared all of the materials, except evidently for slate shingles. The lovely Rapti has also brought me some marble shards, because it turns out I had none, basically. And I haven't brought any furniture or anything pre-knocked up. I did knock up some braziers. I don't even know if or where I'm going to use them, but I was knocking up an awful lot of fence bars. And while I was there, I was like, oh, I could do some nice iron braziers. I don't know where they're going to go. We'll see. We'll see. So I brought over my trusty building box of all the things, which goes to anywhere that I build. So it's got all of my smaller things in, and small amounts of some bulkier things like sand and bricks, but you know, loads and loads of nails, mostly nails and some shafts and things like that in my building box. And then I've got crates here of wooden beams, rounded stones, some slabs, because the floors in this one are slabbed. So again, I'm going to try and just match materials as much as possible over there. I don't have any lamps to match these. These are brass lamps here. But if they haven't got any here, I shall go and retrieve some at a later date to add in there, or we could knock some up in the forges, probably. That is my plan. That's my plan, guys. So shout now if you think you see a flaw that I've missed. Hopefully this will all be fine. And the only thing that will be different then is this is going to be a slate shingle roof here instead of wood shingle, like that. And these columns, these pillars rather, the D-Planner doesn't have updated versions of things where they allowed us to make them in more materials. I could make these in marble, but I don't know. I was sort of like, do I make them in marble? Do I make them in stone? I'd actually intended to make them in stone, but now I look at sort of like, I don't know. I wonder if the grey stone might be a little bit dark against the rounded stone, because rounded stone's actually a little bit paler. We shall see. You've got lamp spun. Excellent. I mean, I could also do these in something like slate, but what I was trying to do is to have something that kind of toned in. So we'll see. We'll build the building first, and then we'll have a play with pillars, and we'll see. I don't think there are going to be any examples of stone pillars around here, and you know what? I don't think I've seen one made out of stone to check what the colour is like against them, because again, as we know, things made with the same materials do not look the same from one item to the next. It's always a bit of a gamble, but I suspect it might be a little bit dark, whereas the rounded stone is sort of a softer, slightly warmer kind of a grey. But we'll see. Will sandstone help? Yes, because you can also make them in sandstone, can't you? So you can now make pillars in stone, marble, sandstone, and slate, and those are your options. Sandstone might actually be a better one, in as much as sandstone at least is a warmer colour. I don't think I've got enough marble shards here to do them as marble pillars and also do the number of marble tables that I was planning on having. But I mean, the marble didn't look too stark. At least in Deed Planner, it didn't look too stark against the rounded stone. So we've got options. Yeah, maybe sandstone would be nice. We shall see. Right. I need to stop procrastinating and actually start planning. On the plus side, this is going to be a really nice, easy footprint. And hopefully, we were only setting up perms this morning, but hopefully all of the perms are set up so that I'm not going to encounter any issues. Building as I go, but if I do, thankfully, there are plenty of staff here who can go and fix perms, I'm sure, if there is anything that I haven't got. Materials is not an issue. Okay, Bun. We could have pillars in everything. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4. One more. That will make it level with this one. So that is our basic footprint. I can't remember how to run the calculations off the top of my head. This is a much smaller building than I am capable of making because your building size is based on your carpentry. But I think the calculation is, what is it, number of tiles plus number of exterior walls is the total number of carpentry you need. Except that you get like a 5 free. Was that change made so that you could build a 1-tile house right from the get-go, or plan a 1-tile house right from the get-go? So this would be what? 3 5s, 15, 25, 31. This would require, I think, 26 carpentry to build. So wouldn't take much at all. My carpentry is 93. So not going to be a problem. What am I drinking tonight? I've got lemon Fanta. When I run out of lemon Fanta, I've got orange Fanta. I am having all of the, well, I was going to say all of the sugar. This one's a 0 sugar one, which just means it's full of other, even worse things. But yeah, I'm on the Fanta. I'm definitely a citrus girl. And I'm not drinking these. I'm often drinking 7-Up, which is sort of like, lemon and lime. So I used to love Lilt as well, but Lilt is, I think the sort of the jury's out about whether or not Lilt is technically vegetarian. So I have to avoid Lilt these days just in case. That was a pretty laboured pun there, Wendell. But yes, right. So got my building footprint. Also, for anybody who has not done a whole lot of buildings like this, you'll have noticed if I just pop up Deed Planner again, we have got some missing walls in this, and we've also got some double height stuff. So those of you that have been around in the game for a while, done quite a bit of building for a while, this is probably nothing new to you. But if building is a little bit new to you, the way that we are going to make these open spaces is essentially by creating and then destroying certain parts of the building once we have built over the top of it. And creating scaffolding floors here to build the upper levels, and then destroying those. However, I am probably going to be asking somebody else here to come and destroy them, because I'm not a member of this deed, and even though I have permissions to destroy things, it's going to be way, way slower for me to do it, even with my body strength, than it will be to get, say, the deed mayor to come and knock things down. So the destruction level, I am almost certainly going to have to get a little bit of help. But actually, as buildings go, this is not going to be too wasteful. It's not going to be too wasteful. We're going to have to destroy a wall here. And we're going to have to destroy a bunch of ladders here because they are the least resource-intensive way to do scaffolding. But it shouldn't waste too much. Mayor standing by for assistance whenever I call. Thank you, Myra. So hopefully this won't be too wasteful in terms of materials. But that is my plan. So, I've got particular ways that I go about doing buildings, and because building is not generally a very sociable activity, I'm never quite sure if other people build in the same ways or if other people build in completely different ways. So, I would like to know What will the missing wall cause issues to perms inside? No. Not that I'm aware of. But if anybody's got another answer for button, I would really like to hear it. No, because it shouldn't count the building as incomplete. But you are making me wonder now. Like, does it make it count as an incomplete building? You took down a wall on your old deed and lost perms. Ooh, have we already got a problem? Okay, hang on. So let me work up a backup plan. So we think that taking down that wall might then prevent us from being able to manage perms on it, because then it would count as an incomplete building. So ways that we could do this, not going to be as pretty as I would like, but what are our options? So, I mean, we could stick an arch in there after all, but then we're going to need to kind of redesign this bit on the front. I'm so glad that you came up with this before I started building it, Bun. Thank you. I think maybe when I've done this sort of design before, it has been on an upper level that I've done it. We could try a T-arch. How would a T-arch look? That's right down the middle, though. I mean, I've used timber inside because it's got these lovely, really slender profiles on the downward beams, and I avoided using timber on the exterior because I wanted it to match the other one better. But normally the way I get around things like this, that entrance will still show the wall plans because it's on the ground floor. Yeah, whereas it wouldn't on the upper floor. Ooh, what are we going to do, guys? What are we going to do? So, I mean, we could, for example, do something like this and switch it across to like 3 archway entrances. We still get a lot of the visibility. What you don't get is the lovely kind of open bit there. You could also do something like this, which gets you that nice kind of like continuation up the front of the building that still gets you that shape. You can't see through the upper bit, obviously. You can do portcullises on both, but I quite like having. I don't like this blunt cut off the top. If you have a double portcullis there, so I tend to, when I'm doing something like that, I tend to stick a barred wall on the top, so you get that nice finish off the top, and then when you've got like the portcullis down there. I mean, the portcullis might look a little bit funny, though, with these open bits here, and I really kind of wanted these sort of shop front displays. I don't know, do you think that looks a little bit weird? Or do you think that looks all right? It does indeed let in a lot of light. I mean, and you could portcullis all of them, but again, like, the trouble is the portcullises are such a blunt top, I kind of wish that they were, that there was a way to shape them off other than doing this double bit here. So, what do we reckon? Do we like this one best? Well, that gives me a little bit more flexibility about pillars, because I'm not then trying to use pillars to effectively hide these struts here. Because I've done something like this, for example, on the Gloaming Sanctum on release, but I have done this on an upper level, which is why we didn't have that one remaining wall plan problem, where in order to have a big kind of open porch, I've got pillars effectively hiding the struts for the bits that come down. But if we're not doing it like that, then actually, I mean, we could still put the pillars there decoratively, but they no longer need to hide something with what we're talking about doing here. So if I just put that back again, we're talking about, say, a stone portcullis there, one of those there, and then if I, we've got some options here with arches, because if I remove those pillars, where are those pillars? Hang on. Objects. Let's just find a random object to, oh God, not a willow tree, come on. I just want to try and remove the pillars and there we go. So if we take the pillars out of the way, see, I could use the pillars to hide these portcullis wheels, which are a little bit ugly. Whereas if I pop those back, I could move them over a little bit to hide those potentially, move them over, bring them forward. But if I just do that bit again, so if we take those out, we've got options for these arches, because we could leave them like that, which are quite nice and open. We could do them like that, and then you get a little less open space. Potentially a little bit neater. I don't know, I kind of like that, actually. What do you think, guys? Random object, the biggest tree in Wurm. I know. I can hear the meteors as well. Hang on. Let's have a look. So clearly there is a... can we see the meteors? Clearly there is somewhere on Deliverance a pillar at the moment that is spawning meteors once an hour. Oh, but I can't... Oh, I maybe looked up too late. A bit too close to the ground. Somewhere there is a mag pillar on Deli. Southeast. Okay. So yeah, it should be somewhere over there. If we hear them again, and if I hear them in time, I will try and ping back and have a look at them, because it is quite cool watching them all come like pelting down from the sky. So let me just pop back to Deed Planner. So what do we reckon? Do we reckon like the half arches like that on the front, or arches like that? Whoops. Or arches like that? Do we like the portcullis bit for the centerpiece? I mean, we could do this on the front as well. It's just, I like a little bit of variation, actually, and I don't think it would look as good on the front. I think that's a nice kind of sidelong view. But I think that would look a little bit weird on the front. Myra, you're happy with either? Anybody else want to get a vote in? Ruffle, your real life house has a portcullis. What? Portcullis makes it look a lot more English. Well, the rest of this deed has, I assume, largely been built by Norwegians, so maybe it looking English isn't actually a selling point at this point. I suppose portcullises are quite sort of remind me of like old English castles. Now, if this were really looking British, you know, we'd be having a timber upper floor on a stone lower floor with some jetties to give it that kind of Tudor look. Full portcullis. So do you mean this, the portcullis with the barred walls over the top that you like? Oh, there you go. It's already a lovely international deed, so maybe we could have a little bit of English in there. Let me just put those other arches back. I think I like these ones better. This is slightly more unusual. You don't see this as much, and I think maybe that's partly why I like it, but also it just gives you that little bit more visibility. Like, because you get this bit of space up here, and you get kind of better kind of continuation of sight lines, particularly if I drop myself down to sort of, you know, walking level. I think you get a nice clear view in that way. Looks like a face. Is that a good thing or is that a bad thing, Ruffle? I mean, those are some quite striking eyebrows, if so. But yeah, I definitely think that the portcullis beats any of our other options for having this open front. That would have it like the side, but I just don't like that. That's not doing it for me. So, all right. This is what we're going to go with then. It's a good thing that I brought extra iron bars. Made extra fence bars. Looks a little like the house in the Amityville films. Again, is this a good thing or is this a bad thing? I'm not sure. Right, while we're here, have we got any other issues? We've got some lovely, I like this. This is one of my favourite kind of window designs, working your way around the limited windows that we've got in game. And I think the first place I saw this was actually in one of Catsper's deeds. I think the first time I saw this was, I think she's done this at her horse market on Xanadu. I mean, I'm not saying that Cats was necessarily the first person to do it, but it's the first place I saw this design feature, and I liked it so much that it's one that I come back to a lot as another way of sort of getting light a lot of light in, particularly on an upper floor of a building. You've got to be a little bit careful where you use it, because when you are, first of all, you're using twice as many materials to do this. So for anybody that hasn't come across this before, you're using a T-arch, and then you are building a tall gate, a tall fence, rather, on the tile with the T-arch. So you're essentially building the wall, each wall twice in terms of materials. But also, it should be fine with a roof on. But if you have these as, for example, bare top walls, which there are not many times when that would happen, but as you see, you can see little spiky bits through from the middle, so they don't lend themselves to anything where you're not going to have like a floor or a roof or something, or another wall solidly on top of it that's going to hide that. But other than that, very minor issue. I like these as ways to get light in at the first floor level. And if I'm confusing anybody over there who is American, it may happen outside of America as well, but because I'm British, when I'm talking about the first floor, I am referring to the first floor above the ground floor. So we go ground floor, first floor, second. Whereas I know people from the States, for you, the first floor is what I would call the ground floor, so that would be the second. Just to add to the confusion while we're building here. So, okay. So, slightly modified front. Oh, I don't know, you know. I mean, I have got other options we haven't considered, but I'm not sure I like those either. I mean, for example, it doesn't have to be a perfectly symmetrical front. We could, for example, have something like slightly off center, like that. That might be another alternative. I would probably actually do it from the other way though, because you are mostly going to be approaching this from this side of the deed. So we could do it like that instead and have something else, probably just a plain one up there as an alternative. Really? Northern Europe do first, second as well? Well, there you go then. Maybe it's just us, maybe we are the weird ones. So yeah, sorry if I'm going to be confusing anybody there. Ground floor is the bottom one, first floor's the one above it for me, before I go throwing anybody off as I'm describing things.
Ooh, what is?
Hello, Calvert, nice to see you. So we are just troubleshooting some things with this building design and sort of redesigning it and seeing what else we could do to make it work. So at the moment we're choosing between a kind of a slightly off-center lopsided front, which gives you a clearer view in, but oh, no, I don't think I like it. So maybe this is still our best option, because I think this still beats the T-arch, which does give you the clearest views, but I'm just not sure I like the look of it. It kind of, I especially don't like having it on both sides. I like it as a side view. I think I just don't like it as a front view. So maybe I just need to suck it up and get on with it. And you know, if I really, really hate it, I can always knock it down and rebuild it. I could always do it. More nymphs? No, we don't need nymphs here. More tables, almost certainly, but probably not more nymphs. Do you know what? I don't know. There must be some nymphs somewhere around the... There must be some nymphs somewhere around the Deli Renaissance Festival site. But I can't, off the top of my head, think where any of them would be. Wouldn't it be nice to have a nymph-free zone? For anybody who isn't Calvert, that is. Have you caught up with us yet, Ruffle? Ruffle is still not here. No. You think the portcullis is the most... yeah, okay. So, right. So, that's our plan. Let me just, in a very, very kind of clumsy fashion, take myself a picture of that so that I don't have to keep tabbing back to it whilst I'm talking to you guys. So that's going to be my new frontage. Let's do it and see. You're making bait on the way, Ruffle. Maybe a few, but not many. Nymphs is that bun. Right, okay. So, portcullis, side arch. We've got a T-arch, 2 side arches, and then I think everything else on the ground floor is walls except for the centre back one, which is going to be a barred wall. That's fine. I can keep all of that in my head. I don't have ADHD. It's going to be fine. So, the bit that I had just started saying before I grasshoppered away and was like, do we see any problems with this? And then we saw problems with it, was about how other people approach building. So what I tend to do is I tend to add one material to every wall on this thing so that the whole thing is set, because then I don't need to pay quite such close attention as I'm going around and building. Basically, what I do is I try and chunk all of my I need to pay close attention into like 5 minutes, if that, where I do all of the wall plans for the level that I'm on. And then at that point, I can just mindlessly add things to them without making mistakes along the way. And I'd be interested to hear if other people do it that way, or if other people kind of go and do it wall by wall, or change in plan as they go. I realise it may also be different as well for people who, I'm going to drop that shark, because that's going to affect how many things I can carry. I realise this may also be different for people who don't pre-plan in something like Deed Planner, but just kind of plan as they go. Two long kingdom banners either side of the portcullis. Yeah, that might be nice, Wendell, actually. That might be nice. And having said I wasn't going to tab back too much, I think, though, they're going to be a bit too wide, aren't they? Now, kingdom banners is something that I can do in here. One of the kinds of the tricky things about Deed Planner, or at least about this version of Deed Planner, is once you've got walls in place, you can't place objects really right up close to them. You can place the objects first and then put the walls to get around it. But I don't tend to do anything much in terms of laying out decorations on Deed Planner because it's a little bit tricksy. I tend to just do that bit in my head. What am I looking for? Banners, here we go, tall banners. So, well, they're a little bit wide, but it might work. As you can see, I can't actually place it further back into the wall. I think they're going to be a little bit too wide for the portcullis. But I think that pillars may still look nice there, which is what I had originally planned. Can I remember where the hell the pillars were on here? I think. Misc? Found a misc? Feel like they are. Yes, there we go. Pillars are just about the right width for that space, which is why I quite like pillars as sort of things holding up that space, particularly if you nudge them back into the wall. You can sort of like push the profile back a little bit. But yeah, I think that tall banners are probably going to be just a little bit too wide. You could do some nice stuff with banners down these walls perhaps on that side, but for the front, I think it's probably going to have to be pillars or nothing. I suspect that brazier pillars are also going to be much too big for this. But pillars would be quite nice. And what I like about pillars is this bit right here, because the thing that annoys me about pillars is they are like 1 2/3 of a wall high, which is kind of a pain for some things. It's good when you're using them to hide those struts on a big open space like I had before. But they do line up quite nicely with the top of those, with some of these wall decorations, like, for example, the barred walls. So you can do some things with quite nice effect there. You don't have much in the way of banners and things on Deed Bun, yeah, so that maybe would be less in keeping anyway. So let's get rid of those two, and let's sort of just put those there to remind me that that's still the plan, and we'll have a play with them and see how that goes. So I've got, what is this? Should we say 3 by 5? So I need 16. Don't think I'm going to be able to carry 16, so let's do it 8 at a time. A light breeze ruffle. Well, that's what you get for dawdling, isn't it? So, Robbie, you're 100% organic. Is that with building? As in, you just sort of feel your way along as you go? Build as you go? Calva, I know you use Deed Planner. when you've built something in Deed Planner, do you go and do all of your walls first, or are you not that certain when you start a build that you're ready to commit to a whole level of walls at once? Do you tend to do things one wall at a time? Ruffle, you got stressed about what to bring. Oh, no stress. No stress. Now, did I put my mortar? I think I put my mortar in the big building box. Pretty sure I did. So, mortar. Where are you? Here's it going to let me take 16 of that in one. Yes, it is. Super. So I'm going to start knocking these up. And in fact, I'm not going to need all that many bricks because several of these are going to require bars instead, because arches, the half arches, I think usually actually require fence bars instead. So let's just pick up some of those as well. No, that's because they're not in there. They're in one of these. In one of these. Where are you? Where are you? Shards, stones. Probably not in one that I was clever enough to label. There we go. There we go. Building box. It's usually called. I don't. You know what? I don't. I'm not going to try and pronounce that because that would probably sound quite bad coming from me. Oh, Calvert, you're changing the plan as you build it, so you just go one wall at a time, do you? So we finalize the build plan. Let's just also, while we're here, manage building. I'm going to add manage perms to Deli Fun and remind myself to rename it at a later date. There we go. We're now building Rename Me. So, rounded stone, arch left. For what it's worth, the arch left and the arch right, it doesn't actually matter which one you use, as far as I know. I have never found a difference between them because walls are rotatable, and it is always the long wall that has the sort of the pointed end as opposed to the flat. So I don't actually think it does matter which one you use, but if anybody has found a difference between them, I would love to hear it. Arch right there, and then we want, if anybody sees me build anything other than a rounded stone something or other, do shout at me, because every so often I mess it up. Any excess going there? Oh, I see. What about the rest of you that do builds? How do you build? Do you do this whole planning everything at once? I mean, I don't think of myself as... I suppose I do all of my dithering while I'm in the deed planning, but by the time I've finalised it in Deed Planner, I very, very rarely change my mind, because I've normally gone through several iterations in Deed Planner, except, in fairness, with this one, which I did knock up in a few minutes the other day. So I'm super glad I ran it by you guys, because I hadn't clocked the it being on the ground floor problem. This one's going to be a plain one, so that's just a wall. Only matters if you have the other side, yeah, to avoid glitching corners. But often, if you've got the kind of design where you're going to have two of those together anyway, sometimes you just can't help it. There's no other way around it. I mean, I am forever going and rotating walls in buildings where it doesn't matter, to try and avoid that kind of glitching corners thing. But it is one of the downsides of working with a lot of arches, which I do because I like quite open spaces and good sight lines. Is sometimes I inevitably end up with those kind of corners with the kind of like the, what's it called, like the Z fighting? Is that what it is? Where you've got like the two angled corners and you get that kind of like flickering. You're more like me, Bun. Yeah, so if you do all of the, like, you do all of the tweaking in Deed Planner, and then when you're ready to go, you just go and sort of don't pivot unless you absolutely have to. Done that one, so this one's going to be another one of those, and I'm going to need to just grab some more fence bars for that other one. Which one was it in? Not that one. Not that. That one. Pretty sure. Okay. So we've got a wall, an arch. This one's going to be a T arch. This one is going to be another side arch. You're deed planning in your head. Oh no, you get motion sickness from deed planner, really? Is that in any version, like using? I mean, I've seen when Calvert does his deed planning, for example, I've seen Calvert uses like the 2D view quite a lot, and I almost never use it on mine. I do almost everything in the 3D view. Sometimes I remember that you can have the kind of the ground level view, but it's very, very rare I do anything in the 2D view. I've seen other people, I think Gaffer as well, where they do an awful lot of their planning actually in the 2D view, which I would find wildly confusing. You can't plan in your head Buntu. I would struggle to hold all of that detail in my head at once. I'm a visual person. I really, really need to like lay things out and look at them and move them around and play with them. So I would definitely struggle to do that kind of planning in my head. And notably, my building in Wurm got a lot better and more creative and more interesting when I discovered Deed Planner, because when I started, I didn't touch Deed Planner for years. And my buildings were way boxier, way less interesting. I was far less willing to take risks, like design risks, and try quirky things with buildings when I didn't have a way to look at how it would look beforehand, and risked therefore having to knock walls back down. So I find that Deed Planner sort of gives me permission to try things that I otherwise wouldn't if I were trying it by building it. Or at least it did in the beginning. It would bother me less now about the materials. I'm better at bashing stuff and I have many more materials. But in the beginning, that was really the thing that was holding me back from being a little bit more creative with my builds, I think, because I was afraid of making expensive mistakes. And Deed Planner took away a lot of that anxiety and allowed me to try new and different things. And it definitely improved my... Whoa, no. Nearly. Definitely improved my builds as a result. Barred wall. You never use 2D. Yeah. Big head Myra, lots of space. I mean, I'd say there's lots of space in my head as well. It's just absolutely rammed full of stuff. I tend to refer to like things in my head like I have loads and loads of tabs open, like a browser, at all times. And so I end up with like real memory issues where I can't close down some of those tabs because I'm trying to hold on to all of the information. Like my working memory is not super, and my sort of conversion to longer term memory is not good for things that don't have emotional resonance, which means I spend an awful lot of time trying to actively hold things in my head while I need them. Which makes me spectacularly bad at, for example, multitasking. As you'll have noticed, because I'm actually doing this really very slowly, because I am multitasking, trying to talk and think while I do it. And where is the music coming from? Where? What? What music? What music? Where did I get to? This one. I'm going to need to go and get some more rounded stones in a minute, aren't I? Yep, that's my last one. So another 3 to go, and then that should be this whole level planned. I can't plan the interior walls, even though there are some, until I have completed the exterior ones on this level. I can on the upper levels, but not on this one. And what's probably going to frustrate some people is if I start taking rounded stones out of all different crates. There we go. Let's try and do the same. That was probably... Did I get 3 along? No, I did get 2 along. That was the right amount. So, right. One of those. One of those. There is not going to be a single door on this entire building. There is now going to be 1 portcullis, but no doors. Done. Done. Right. So now I've just got to build it. My mind is like an internet press 17 tabs. Oh, I see. Yeah. 17 tabs are open, 4 of them frozen. I don't know where the music is coming from. I get you now. Do you know? Yeah, but you know what? Actually, like it is a little bit like that. Like I'm trying to keep active all of that information all of the time, and I don't know how much of this is to do with sort of like the neurospiciness, and how much of it is just to do with other things, just the way I'm built, the way I work. But there is also often music playing in my head. I don't tend to find it too much of a distraction. Sometimes I get stuck with an earworm, but for the most part, I have a very musical ear, and I find it very easy to remember and recreate music. Ironically, I find it very easy to remember music, like very precisely, recreating it in my head very precisely. That's probably why I don't have so much memory left over for everything else, to be honest. So once I have planned all of my walls, the way that I tend to work next is by getting precisely the right amount of mortar, and then just topping myself up on bricks until I complete each wall. And because these ones are side arches, they should need the full 20 instead of 19. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Look at that. So let's try that again. Would help if I had actually picked up my rounded stones first, though, wouldn't it? And not from that crate. Right. So those. Magic. Move that up to 7. Right. Carry on. Harder. Question is the music from outside, or is it playing on the inside on its own? You're making grains of wheat from wheat, Ruffle. Why? Is this you making stuff for tackle boxes? Is this bait that we're working on? Speaking of which, what do you do when you build, Ruffle? And anybody else that's keeping quiet there? Oh, Wendell, you nearly fell off the 3rd floor watching. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be that distracting. So, Wendell, when you build, what do you do? Do you commit to them all at once? Do you build one wall at a time and just sort of crack on? Design it as you go? Are you a deed planner first? You know what else I almost never do? Like, Deed Planner has a function where you can get it to calculate all of the materials used in a building or across the whole of that Deed Planner plan. And I almost never use that function. I kind of forget that it's there, but I used it for this one because I wasn't building on one of my home deeds and I needed to be able to bring the right materials. But it's a useful little thing that I just always kind of forget is there. It sort of calculates all of the materials you've used. Ruffle, you think it shows that you make it up as you go? Shows in what way? I like you, Ruffle Home. Wendell, you use Deed Planner, but you change it as you go. Oh, fly by the seat of your pants. See, now I've seen Calvert do his builds, like where he'll go, like we go through various iterations of Deed Planner.
You are waylaid by ambushes.
Hello, Gaffer. Gaffer and his people are probably going to come into to pre-roll ads as well. I'm very sorry if so, guys. I've seen. See, there you go. It's done it the wrong way around. So let's just rotate that. Like I've seen Calvert go various different iterations of Deed Planner, but then I've also seen him like mid-build just change his mind, and it makes me. I'm like, but you haven't tested it. How do you know? How can you just change the plan without looking at the whole thing and seeing what it would look like first? It makes me so anxious because I can't do that because I need to be able to like see it, look at it from all angles, chew it over. I would be so anxious flying by the seat of my pants like that. Yeah, Calvert's place is very, very nice. Hello, Gaffer, and anybody who has just come with Gaffer. Horrible people who can do that, Bun. Voodoo magic. Right. Despite being like, now I'm going to be more efficient. Here is me still dithering. But let me just get some of those up and we will keep going. You just say all change and it changes, do you, Calvert? How was your treasure hunt, Gaffer? I hope it went well. I saw that you were doing treasure hunts on release. Moomix is also doing treasure hunts, or was doing treasure hunts on release. I don't know if we've still got Moomix in chat. How are your treasure hunts going, if so, Moomix? Let's line some more of those up next time. For anybody who has just joined, we are over on Deliverance, where there is some Impalong prep going on at the Deli Renaissance Festival site for an Impalong which opens in 32 days. And I have stepped away from the lovely tink 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 of the Imping building, where they are making 500,000 favour minimum for the priests for enchants, to build a new dye shop for Sid to set up a little pop-up shop in. So that's why I'm over in the quiet corner with nothing but the owls, while everybody else in local, which is quite a few people, 24, slaving away at their cordage making. The last treasure wasn't really on the X. Oh no. Okay, how far off was it, Gaffer? Because Bun has done some calculations about precisely how far off the X the treasure can be based on the quality of the map. So what sort of a map were you working with? Out of interest. Why is Thule full of pumpkins? You know why! Because you wouldn't let me finish. Because I didn't want to keep you up too much past 1 a.m, making you stand as target practice while I catapulted flaming pumpkins at you for another half an hour. And so I had an inventory full of pumpkins and they had to go somewhere. So I decorated Thule. And by decorated, I mean rode around in your cart just merrily dropping pumpkins everywhere. About 6 tiles off, you reckon, Gaffer? So if it was 6 tiles off then, was it a middling level map? One of the 30 to, what is it, 30 to 59 ones? Yeah. How's your blood pressure doing, Calvert? It was a difficult one. Well, if it was a difficult one, by Bun's theory, it can have been no more than 5 off, I think, right? Yes, Wendell, the Impalong is having cow flinging again. It is, yes. We went and had a brief look at the cow flinging deed, because I'd never actually been over there before. I like the kind of the target set up and everything. When the sun comes up, I might run over and show people again. But we were flinging pumpkins yesterday, but at the DRF they are going to be flinging cows, yes. What's this one? This one's a 21, isn't it? No, what do you mean I'm too far away? Have I not placed this well enough? No, clearly I haven't. Clearly not. Right, let's move you. So loud. Mustn't forget I left my shark there either. So we want 20 of those. And as many of those as I can carry, which is not very many because my pockets are always full of crap. Go. It's still got bunny claws in it, apparently. Oh, what, in your heart? No. Your heart is now beating on one of my LMCs at Brambleheim. It's huge as well. It's like this gigantic, thumping heart. Over the LMC, at the end of my bed, actually. I think I originally put it downstairs in the archaeology room, but that one's already a little bit cluttered, so I moved it upstairs. So I've now got Calvert's heart just thudding away. Preserved forever. Yeah, it is pretty gross. And I made sure to take several imprints of his bloody face before I buried his corpse. Because, I thought maybe I could give them away as prizes someday. But I did dutifully send one to Ruffle, as I promised I would, because Ruffle sent him Ruffle sent Calvert at Christmas, I think a piece of paper with my smushed face on it when Ruffle got hold of one of my corpses, so I figured, it's only Ruffle's corpse now that we need to go smushing onto things, and then we can all have sharesies. That's how it works, right? Utterly ridiculous. Oh no, Wendell, you're going to give Bun a run for his money. The X was indisputably off. But was it the final one, Gaffer? Did you actually manage to complete the map? Did you get the treasure? Did you get anything good in your treasure chest? Inquiring minds need to know. I'm going to have to turn this wall as well, aren't I? Because I kind of matched those as opposites, and if that one was the wrong way around, this one's going to be the wrong way around as well. Oh well, we shall see. You got a 1 silver upkeep chip. Nice. It is a totally normal gift, Ruffle. In fact, I think you renamed it a totally normal gift. or something of that ilk. It did indeed come the wrong way around. Right, so there's our front bit. Now I'm going to need 19 for this one, I think, and as many stones as I can carry. Add to window. There we go. We do need ruffles now. And I'm sad because I have actually had a ruffle corpse. I've already got a ruffle gravestone, but clearly I'm going to need a second ruffle corpse. I really want a bun corpse as well, but Bun swears I'm never going to get hold of a bun corpse. And I think Bun underestimates how bribable other people might be. But we shall see. We shall see. I suppose it depends whether Bun has to release his corpse. If you've got people set up as trusted friends, do they automatically get to pick up your corpse? Is that how it works? Or can they only do it if you release it? Anybody a poems wizard? You sure you'll bin yourself off a mountain again soon enough? Maybe you should have come mountain climbing with us. We nearly did it. Nearly? How do you get smushed? Okay, so if you have a player's corpse, you activate it and you can use it on blank paper as if it were like a pen filled with ink. So you inscribe the paper with an activated corpse, and what you get when you then read that paper is something about the bloody smear of an imprint of said player's face. That is then what it is inscribed with, and you can give it to people as a lovely gift, which is what Ruffle did for us, and now we're all getting them. You removed all perms yesterday just to be... Wow, Bun, really? Just because of little old me? Saying that I wanted one of your corpses for my collection. How many can you make from one corpse? As many as you have pieces of paper, Myra. Doesn't damage it, doesn't use it up, doesn't do anything. Alas, there's no really good way to long-term preserve a corpse because it won't fit in an LMC. So you could have a whole library of them to give out to people if you wanted. That's why you don't bury your friends' corpses straight away. First, you've got to make good use of them. Now you know. Don't bury them unmolested. First, you must smush them into as many pieces of paper as possible. There's someone else that's not to be trusted. You think Bun has to die to put real Bun was here's in the treasure chest? Yes! Yes! See, Bun? You could absolutely upgrade your Bun was here. If only you were willing to, you know, get in on this corpse action with us. Just saying. Just saying. Genius. Oh, no, wait, that's going to be... This is the long wall. This is the long wall. That's going to need 20. I think you should do it, Bun. And I think that you might need help smushing your face onto all of those pieces of paper. And you should, you know, produce extra corpses for Moira and I to help. For example. Like 2000. I don't know, how many more treasure chests are you planning on doing? I mean, on that blitz that you did over the course of, what was it, a week and a half, you did 120. I reckon 1,000 would probably be enough to start with. That should keep you going for a while. And if you get really wild and you manage to do more than 1,000 treasure chests, I'm sure we could arrange another corpse for you. You never know. You plan on doing a lot more. There you go. There you go. Myra will provide the paper. I will cheerlead with some pom-poms. And definitely not make off with any corpses. Just seeing your comment in local about your rare dragon PMK military tent. It is nice. It is nice. Arrange another corpse, she says with confidence and without batting an eye. Yeah. I mean, you know what it's like to be my friend. Sometimes people just die. Cannibal Crim likes to have friends for dinner. Yeah, they're not just all over Delhi. Genji, they are all over the Southern Freedom Isles. They're all over release at the moment as well, because Bun and I have been treasure hunting on stream on release. And use hammers on them. I don't use hammers on friends. No, only on you, Calver. You're special. I don't use hammers on everybody else. Just you. In my defense, it was a wooden hammer. I mean, you make it sound really bad. It was just a friendly little, bonk on the noggin. You ran in front of it. Throw a snowball at a dev, and you will die. Persuade someone to throw a snowball at a dev, though, and you get given your friend's heart. Lessons learned. Right, add to crafting window, but I'm going to need to bring my stones with me, aren't I? Is that... Whoops. Is that the stones? Oh, there's not many left in there, though. Oh, God, I hate that sound. It is so unreasonably loud compared to everything else.
Da 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 da. Victory!
It was a brutal takedown. It was a brutal takedown. I was a bit shocked. I think we were all a bit shocked. But I'm not going to lie, I like the loot that came out of it. So, this one's going to need 20, I think. Yes, 20. He did take one for the team. Have you finished resorting your inventory yet, Calvert? It's absolutely the worst bit of dying, I almost resent it more than the skills, except... I mean, back when I took skill losses, which I don't anymore except for fighting, but back when I took skill losses, I could swallow pretty much anything except it taking points off one of my 90 skills. That always stung, because I don't have many of them. But the sorting my inventory out afterwards... He hates it. Maybe if I was the sort of person that didn't have a billion things in her pockets, it wouldn't be as bad. But, currently I've got 39... Oh, I've got 39 snowballs in my inventory. I wonder if that's affecting how much stuff I can pick up. I forgot. You know what? Maybe I'm just going to put some of these snowballs down. And how's that? Oh, it's not affecting it that much. Just a bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, sorting your inventory is horrible. It is horrible. All of the things, particularly when you've also got, if you're somebody like me who's carrying around a whole load of skins because they're death kept, I don't particularly want to leave them on an alt because it's a pain getting them back off them when I might randomly want one. So my problem is, on the rare occasions where I have to go and retrieve stuff from my corpse, all of those death kept items stay on me, but I have more of them than my inventory can contain, which means I first have to find some way to trade them or shuffle them around. I think I've now got a real, a genuine problem. I was close to the problem before, where I had almost 100, but I might now actually have 100 where it's a genuine problem because I end up with more items in my inventory when I die than my inventory can contain. So I can't pick up a satchel or a backpack to put them in, and because they're death kept, I can't put them in anything that's not on me, so the only way I can do it is by trading or something. It's a pain in the arse. Shotgun, didn't they do that you don't lose skills over 90 unless it's fighting skill? No, I don't think so. I mean, I think I don't know if they did it over something like 99, but you've got the same problem as well, the death kept stuff, Bun. But I'm sure that I lost carpentry skill sometime recently. I mean, recently. I suppose... How many times have I died in the last year? I should be building, shouldn't I? Hang on. Whoops. I suppose it probably wasn't that recently, and I might have missed an update. There you go. So it's over 99 is safe. And in fairness, over 99 bloody should be safe, because the difference between 98 skill and 99 skill is about, it's everything that it took you to get to 98 skill and more. So it gets significantly more punishing at those higher levels. But even over 90 is still pretty punishing for some skills. So I really resented it, and in fact, having been Path of Love for years, that was finally the thing that made me switch over to Path of Knowledge and crawl my way back up Path of Knowledge, because even though I don't die very often, I think I got hurt just one too many times by one of my top skills having a chunk taken off it. And I was so infuriated that I was willing to commit to the several months to crawl my way back up a different meditation path so that didn't happen again. I care a lot less about losing 0.25 of my fight skill, to be honest, because it's not something that I go out deliberately skilling, and my fight skill doesn't stand between me and being able to do certain things. But when I lose it off, for example, like, you know, one of my building skills, ooh, sorbet. Thank you, Myra. She feeds me in-game as well. I should drink something out of game. But yeah, when I lose something off, you know, one of those skills that I have actually worked to get that high, or like in particular a building skill, I think the time I lost it off my building skill, it messed up a build that I had planned at the time, because it knocked me down a point, which meant that I couldn't build the thing that I had been planning to build. And that was just like, that was the straw that broke the camel's back for me. It was the increased skill gain that sold it for you, Yogs. I mean, the increased skill gain is nice, but again, as somebody who doesn't generally grind except when a skill threshold is standing between me and something that I need to do or want to do, that was actually less of a driver for me than more like, I do not want to lose a chunk off my carpentry or masonry again. I don't really care if I lose it off my fight skill. What am I going to need? Rounded stones. I'm going to have to go get more stones. Also, that rounded stone is not a full-size rounded stone. Let's put that somewhere. Let's put that in there. So you. Let's have you. You can go there. What do you mean I cannot place that? Fibs and lies. You can go there instead. But yeah, so that's what got me onto Path of Knowledge, and it means I now only have one toon instead of two that can go enchanting grass. But in fairness, I did manage to enchant about 2/3 of the Brambleheim Wildlife Park before I'd switched away, and I have been really, really lax at enchanting up the rest of it. Even though Eshri can enchant every day, I've fallen out of the habit of doing it. Bit bad, but what are we doing? What do you mean I'm too far away? What do you mean I'm too far away? I'm right there. There we go. Madoon has returned to us. So he has. Hello, Madoon. As the prophecy foretold. Madoon, we're talking about building. In fairness, I know that you don't build very, very often, but we were talking about the ways in which we build stuff, and then grasshoppered away a few steps. But so I'm somebody that does all of my planning in Deed Planner, and then I add one material to every wall plan on that level, so that the bit that I have to concentrate on is all front loaded, and after that I can just go adding materials. And this seems to be largely anathema to most other people in chat except for Bun, because everybody else kind of either likes to feel their way along or change stuff as they go. How's it for you? Not full bricks needs to go in an altar and be sacked. No, it doesn't, Myra. It goes in a BSB. Because then at some point in the future, more not full bricks will also go in there, and eventually it will make a whole brick. Also, there is no point me sacking parts of bricks, because that building box travels with me, and any time it's off deed, it could be losing bits of materials off anything, so I kind of just have to suck it up, sadly, much as it pains me. Have I now gotten too far away from my building box? I think I probably have. So let's move you there, which is close enough to the centre that it'll get me around this side. So this one's going to be a 19, I think. 19. Yes. Stop doing that. No, it goes in the altar. Why? 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 You've never used Deed Planner, Madoon. Why would it go in the altar? having bits of things in my building box, you could treat them as like sacrificial things. So the next time I'm sailing around in my boat off deed with the building box, maybe it will take the bits of things instead of a bit off a whole thing. No? Are you the sort of people that just never take your materials off deed? I'm actually quite bad for it sometimes. I've sailed around for weeks forgetting that my building box was in my gnar, and probably lost all sorts of crap. And I don't mind for the most part, except on the rare occasion I have forgotten that I've left something like some archwood materials in my building box, and some of those I only have one of. And losing a chunk off of that to off-deed decay in your bulk storage while you're out and about, that is frustrating. That is very frustrating. I don't like when that happens. How can I take a BSB with me with the stuff in it? In my gnar? What? Which bit are you confused? You load it onto your boat, and then you take your BSB with you. You can fit several BSBs in a gnar, but not in my gnars, because my gnars have got creature cages and cots and other things in them. So my gnars tend to have a whole bunch of crates in, and my main gnar tends to have my building box BSB in if I have been anywhere other than... What am I missing? Rounded stones. If I have been building anywhere other than Brambleheim. These days, pretty much the only things I build on Brambleheim now are more pens for animals, so all of my big builds happen elsewhere. You can, yes, you can load a full BSB into a gnar. Oh, Madoon, how many years have you been playing this game? In fairness, have you ever needed to take your BSB away with you? But yes, you certainly can. You can push it up to the gnar and load it directly, or you can load it into a ruined wagon and take it over that way. Which is mostly when my wagon gets used as well, dragging my BSB full of materials all over the land. So, back wall, these are all going to be 19s. 5 in a Corbeta, 6 in a Caravel. That's assuming you haven't got other stuff in there though, right? More shards and logs in crates though. Yeah, but in fairness, I'm not usually taking shards and logs places with me. Ooh, I can hear somebody fighting goblins. Who's fighting goblins? Yeah, 4 BSBs in a gnar in theory, but I have never managed to get 4 BSBs in a gnar because my gnars all have 4 cages at a minimum, 1 small crate of taming foods, 1 cart each, and occasionally also a wagon, but I don't have any wagons that permanently live in a gnar, so it tends to be a BSB and a whole bunch of crates in mine. Took you ages to build your first gnar, Wendell. I still haven't built my first gnar. I own several. I haven't built any of them. I'm now at the point where I could build a gnar, but my shipbuilding is only something that I really started doing anything on at all last year. The only reason I started really working on shipbuilding at all was when Bracelets of Inspiration got changed, and I was like, finally, I might get a rare gnar. But first I've got to learn how to do shipbuilding to get my name on it. Will it hold an extra one with a mag rune? No, I don't think so, because a mag rune does not increase it by that much. It would need to increase it by a significant amount more, I think. But I've not tested it, in fairness, because I've never even had, like, the 4 BSBs in a gnar. Your gnar took your shipbuilding from 18 to 50 ups. God, you started at 18. That was brave. Or something else. Possibly mad. Yeah, I mean, I've not tried. I wouldn't think so, because I don't think it can increase it that much, but then I don't actually know how close to capacity the 4 BSBs is in a gnar. Can you fit anything else in besides? Can you fit, like, even a small crate in a gnar with 4 BSBs? My feeling is that 4 BSBs is probably a gnar pretty much full, which means that increase in size wouldn't get you an extra 25% capacity, which is what you would need to fit an extra one. Go. Might be on the Caravel. I mean, you know what? I've got big ships, but I just never use them to transport anything except more creatures. Pretty much the only time I use any of my big ships is when I need 8 creature cages because 4 just isn't enough. Like, sometimes I've sailed them up to the Lunalong when there has been a big output from GMs, mostly, to be honest, back in the years when Vayu was around a lot, because Vayu was always really, really good and consistent at Impalongs at showing up. And then if you were lucky, you might get Palm and Belisama as well. But so some of the Lunalongs, I needed 3 ships, including a big one there, at once to manage the amount of creatures that were coming out of the arena, which is probably why I've got such a problem with the wildlife park and its ratio. Shh. But yeah, I've never used my big ships for transportation of goods. I think probably because I have been burned by servers that do not allow passage of deep draft ships once or twice, and that is enough for me to never use anything but a gnar for major transportation. I only really use it for animals when I have to. You didn't get any cute beasts at the Mardi Gras? Do you mean, by cute beasts, do you mean passives? Yeah, we didn't get any kind of like passive spawns outside, did we? I mean, we got some cuties, but they were aggressive cuties. I came home with some tortoises and some crabs and a ratty. And, you know, and a hellhound and a croc. But yes, can't milk any of them. Have you really tried though, Mad? Have you tried? Don't try milking rats. That'll get you bitten. Shakes fist at Exo. Yeah, well, so, okay, so, I mean, yes, Exodus is absolutely still a culprit. There are loads of places to get beached on Exodus. There are some places to get beached on some other servers as well, but actually what burned me was Release, and Release is much better now, but back when I started playing Wurm 12 years ago, after I left Madsteed, pools closed, I went down to Mercury Lake, and I don't know if any of the rest of you remember Mercury Lake a decade ago, but it was awful for deep draft ships. It was so shallow. And I made a critical error. Like I don't think I bought. I think I won. I think I won a deep draft ship, and I went on a very, very big long mission to go and get it from another server. That's the one that I have often lamented before we had plot course, where I had to whoa 219 mortar, where I had to sail across like 2 different servers to get it. I have a feeling actually I had to come to Delhi, although I don't remember the Delhi part of the journey. But so back before we had plot course, you had to follow these lines. So I was on Release in a sailboat, and I had to sail across to Xanadu, across the entirety of Xanadu, across to Deliverance, I think. And it was either on Deliverance or I then had to go from Deliverance to one of these, but I think it was probably on Deliverance. Sail back my deep draft boat, but on Release, Mercury Lake here, which is, you know, you've got the public slaying site here. Most of this lake was not deep enough draft to actually get anything across it, and I had the most awful time trying to get that ship, like navigate it back through loads of like really shallow undredged space, and it was so traumatizing. I was just like I swore off deep draft ships forever. And I didn't get my first gnar until I came back to Wurm in 2019. I bought mine off I don't know, somebody who was selling theirs off at a good price, and I never looked back. See you later, Calvert. Catch up on some sleep, because I know you didn't get much last night given how late we went, especially with all of the adrenaline. You thought you were going to have to live in the middle of Mercury Lake forever at one point last year. Yeah, a lot of Mercury Lake is still quite shallow, but at least now you can travel the length of it, I think, in deeper stuff. But Dune, Discord has only just told you about it. Is that because you didn't have Discord open? Because the Discord notifications should be immediate if you've got Discord, if you're logged into Discord with it turned on. That was the idea anyway. Speaking of which, I suppose now would be a good time to pop those in while I'm chipping away at stuff. So, Deli Renaissance Festival is in just over a month. There is a link there, but there's going to be more information on the forums soon, because we know it's a little bit sparse at the moment. If you want to get updates about when there is more information available, you can join the DRF Discord there. And it's also quite good to be on that actually when the event comes around, if you're going to come to the event. But that was a big preamble to if Twitch is slow at getting you your notifications and you prefer to get them through Discord, there is also a Crim's Coterie Discord that you can join just to get stream notifications. It's the only thing that goes in that channel is what my next stream is going to be when I know, and a stream notification when I go live, either on this account or when I go live with Calvert on his, which I do most Fridays. So it tends to be Fridays and Saturdays that I'm around. And that's all that happens in that notifications channel, so you won't get a load of extra spam for it. But if you prefer to get your notifications that way, you can do so, because I know that Twitch messes some people around a little bit with delayed notifications. It's just apparently Discord also does the same to Madoon today. What do you mean I'm too far away? Outrageous. Let's try again. Go. So there you go. Just spammed chat with a load of stuff, and now I'm going to scroll back up and see if I missed anything. You've had Discord open the whole time? You played Among Us. Well, it wasn't for lack of trying. Discord Mobile was being funny with me a few days ago, and it was being really, really delayed with some of my notifications. And I don't know if there's anything weird going on with Discord at the moment. But normally Discord is very, very reliable for me. Hello, Myra. Where are you waving at me from? I've got so many windows open, I don't even know. Can anybody spot a Myra? No. Yeah, normally Discord is really, really reliable for me, but I think it was Thursday. Yeah, it was Thursday of this week. Discord was being really kind of out of whack for me. It was being super slow at some notifications. Some didn't even come through at all. And Discord's normally really, really good for me, so I don't know if I was just unlucky, or if it was having a little bit of a blip there. But Discord does occasionally have days like that. Oh, I've just ruined it. Just lost my trowel. There we go. Let's pop that back in there. Anybody else been having issues with Discord recently? I was curious at the time if it was just me. You ran away again, did you, Mike? There's me trying to look through all of my like semi-transparent windows, being like, where is she? You weren't even there. Yups, dancing and frolicking around the cordage rope. What are you guys up to now? You were at 9k cordage when I started streaming. Have we got up-to-date figures? For anybody who's joined us since then, so they are trying to make enough favour for the upcoming Impalong. Bun reckons they will need at least 500,000 favour, which we worked out was around 40,000 quality 75 cordage ropes. So there is a clutch of players and toons over in the Impalong building at the moment, dutifully making thousands and thousands of cordage ropes so that people can have their stuff enchanted for free at the Impalong. And just get your head around those figures, because we all know that Impalongs take an awful lot of work, but boy oh boy, do they take a lot of work going on in the background. And I am, as always, just massively grateful to the people who run them. Like, the amount of resources that goes into it, the amount of time, it is mad. And me doing my little bit over here does not even come close to the amount of prep and work that these guys are having to do for love, for the community. So here's me just cheerleading from my little slow ambling build project at the corner. 32, you're up to, wait, 32k, you're not up to 32k cordage though, right? So are you aiming to make 32k cordage, 8 per BSB? Does that get you... You only really go for the games, Madoon. I like the fun stuff as well. I mean, I like the imping stuff as well. I've absolutely gotten some good stuff enchanted, but I like the games too. I don't think your math is wrong, Bun, but if you need 5k favour, wait. If you need 5k favour and each BSB is around 100, 5 8s are 40. So that would be 1 BSB for each of the gods' stations, presumably, and then 1 spare. Is that right? Yes, Myra is indeed working on some extra games for this year. We've got some new things that we're going to try and figure out how we could run. In addition to the usual stuff. And I reeled off... hired Crim. Do you know what? Do you know what? She was like, could you come and do a bit of streaming for us? And I said, yeah, sure. And now I'm on the entertainment crew, and she's like, Crim's going to be running games for us, and it's going to be brilliant. And I was like, I mean, I do like games. I do like games. And I like trivia. But yes, I will be running some games and I will be doing some streaming, I guess. I think a lot of people here will be running games. But stuff that we are definitely going to be having this year, there is Find the Cheese, which is the first building that I went and showed everybody. So things like Find the Cheese, there's usually some kind of riddles at the museum, scavenger hunts or Easter egg hunts, or sometimes both. There's going to be guessing booths again this year, we hope. Let me just line up another wall. That one, go. Fishing contests, flying cows, of course. Because if you've never seen cows fly, this is the place to come. I assume that there aren't going to be things like, you had a bunny run last year, didn't you? And I missed it. I didn't actually get to take part in it, but I saw some great screenshots from it. I'm with Ruffle as well. I also just enjoy the community atmosphere. I find Impalong's really nice places to hang out. Sometimes I'm imping and sometimes I'm just kind of like hanging around, chilling and chatting. It's just a really kind of nice space to hang out with people and chat, and it's got a whole kind of event vibe, which you don't really get anywhere else, which I really enjoy about it. There's lots of things I enjoy about Impalongs, to be honest. Wendell, you finished your castle wall without dying. Congratulations. I'm so glad I didn't distract you sufficiently that you walked off the 3rd floor. I would feel bad. I would feel bad if anybody significantly injured or killed themselves doing that. But I think we should instigate a rule at this point that if anybody ever dies through sheer distraction while watching one of my streams, I get your corpse. So I can smush it onto paper and make imprints of your faces. That's the rule. Maybe I should be more distracting. I'm not sure I know how, sadly. But I feel like, maybe I should try and get people to sign a waiver when they come in. I hereby attest that should I die whilst watching Crim stream because of Crim, I will give her my corpse for shenanigans. Oh, no, I don't need mortar. I've got enough mortar. I just need stones. Oh, it's because I've moved too far away from my stones again. That's why. Oh, dear. And this, guys, is why I plan all of my walls first. Because I am so distractible once I start going that I will just build all the wrong things if I don't. Is it just Ruffles? I don't want to eat her corpse. Don't be silly. I just want to, rub it on a load of parchment and leave bloody imprints of her everywhere that I can gift to people. Or give away as prizes for taking part in games, for example. Display around my house, things like that. I don't eat corpses. I'm not a Labilla follower. I'm now too far away, aren't I? Let's move these again. That can go back there. That one can go back there. It's not going to be quite close enough, is it? I'm going to have to move this one again. Just. Right, let's pop that there. Let's have another 19 of those. I only eat friends when they're alive. Not once they're dead. That's gross. I thought you thought I wanted to make soup out of her. Yeah, but I don't want to kill her to do it. I like Ruffle. You know, maybe if I could just harvest a limb. She doesn't need them all. I like her conversation. I'd be sad if she died. I just think she also might be quite tasty. Do you know what? I don't even know how we got to Ruffle Stew. I'm sure there was a logical chain of something or other that led there. Pretty sure it started with your humanoid curry, actually, Madoon. So maybe it's you that I should be looking at. You should be flattered, Ruffle. I'm not suggesting you do a Bedelia and just, chop your leg off and dress it for me and wait for me to join you for dinner. You'll grow another one, right? Like a starfish. That's how people work, right? Certainly how people work in Wurm. No matter what happens to my limbs, they always grow back. Yes, yes, yes. Is that the right dyeing? Or is this dyeing something to do with the colours? But yes, so we're going to be running a whole bunch of games here because we too enjoy the games, and there will also be trivia. Because Myra likes trivia and I like trivia. You're going to have to come up with some really hard questions. So get swatting up everybody. Come prepared. Some of these things you won't be able to find on Wurmpedia if I'm feeling particularly vicious. What I like about trivia is I get to learn new things and then I get to squirrel it away and then I know more things. No, not paying attention, Crim. Right, one left of the exterior walls of this floor. God, I'm being so slow at this. I'm so distractible. We like that some of the contests are things you can do in your own time. Yeah, you know what? I really appreciate that about it as well, Myra. Because often at Impalongs, sometimes I'm lucky and I'm able to be around the whole time, but sometimes I spend a lot of the time that I am active and able to play at Impalongs actually in kind of like the off hours. I like being able to sort of potter around and take part in some stuff. Can't trust Wurmpedia either way. You can for a lot of stuff, but not for everything, it's true. I also tend to be that annoying person where somebody's come up with a really good, tricksy trivia question, and I'm like, but you've missed a bit. But what about this exception? And I'm that arsehole. Oh. Right. I can hear them. Where do we say? Southeast. There's a tree in my way. So there's a mag pillar here. And I think, God, I'm carrying so much stuff. I think Myra said that the pillar is kind of southeast of here. So there should be. Let's just drop these, shall we? And eat some sorbet. So we should be able to see some meteorites falling somewhere. But where are they? Is it more east than south? Am I going to hear them land soon, and is it going to be too late? Are they hidden behind that mountain, maybe? Where? They might be hidden behind the trees, Dang it. More south than east. Well, south was over there, but I'm not seeing anything that way. Whoops. Whoops.
Yes.
Ooh, woodies. Thank you for the follow, Cypher. Sod it. Well, I missed him again. But anyway, yes, there's a mag pillar on Deli. We have had so many mag pillars on SFI, over the past few weeks. We had 2 on release, one pretty much almost immediately after the other.
What these?
Where was it that I was sailing the other day where we crossed a border and the sea was just littered with it. Was that the mag one? Was that the Deli one? Or was that somewhere else? Like where it was right on the coast? You have 2,650 hours solo. Doing what, Cypher? Was it Celebration? Ah, yes, it was Celebration. So Celebration presumably still also has one. We crossed the border to Celebration, yes, because it was just before we approached this lake. You're right. So somewhere around about here on Celebration, there's a mag pillar right on the coast that has littered the sea with meteorites. 2,650 hours in Wurm. Nice. I haven't done mine in a while. Mostly because I got miffed when they messed up playtime, but thankfully I do know what my my thing is. So on this toon, God, what's 403 days? Now my arithmetic is also not super. Did somebody just die? I swear I just heard a death sound. Not seeing a death tab though. Ooh. Yeah. So that was Celebration, but Deli's got one as well at the moment. I think Release still has one, or at least it had one a couple of days ago because I was hearing them all the time then. So what did we say? 403 days. So on this toon, 9,674 hours. Christ. It wasn't you, Ruffle. No, it sounded like a male toon. I don't know, could it have been a guard just falling over? Has anybody ever actually seen a guard fall over dead? We know that they do, but maybe they also make death sounds when they go down? Maybe? What was I doing? I was doing this wall, wasn't I? Myra, what do you want this building called at the moment? Because right now it's called Rename Me. I did not think... I'm not good at coming up with names on the spot, and I suppose we could just call it, like, the pop-up dye shop. But if you have plans, let me know, and I will rename it as such. So, Cypher, where are you playing? Which server are you playing on? We are currently over on Deliverance, and I am building a new building at the Deli Renaissance Festival, which is an Impalong, which opens up in just over 4.5 weeks. You're playing on Defiance. How's that? See, I've never played on any PvP servers. I have sailed briefly onto Chaos, and that is as close to PvP as I have ever gotten. Hardcore. Shotgun Chuck, so you're up to 11,151... 11,151 days. Whoa! Yikes. Do you spend a lot of time AFK on that toon, or is that all active playing? That's a lot. How long have you been playing? How many years have you been playing, Chuck? I mean, I've also got several other main toons, but in fairness, it's rare that I'm playing one of my priests when I'm not also playing Crim, so I do I treat Crim as the kind of the benchmark for probably close to the maximum amount of hours I've spent in the game. Technically, I have spent more because I have spent quite a bit of time AFK sitting on holy sites on just my priest, but that's AFK sitting, so I don't really count it, to be honest. PvE is training in this game for you, is it, Cypher? PvE is the whole point in this game for me. PvP, for me, I'm afraid, is just a place to get pretty graphics. Not my jam at all, but you know, I know a lot of people who really enjoy PvP in this and have a lot of fun there, and like I do enjoy hearing about some of the stuff that goes on there. More or less southeast bun. Let's have a look. Yeah, it is pretty solidly southeast. I think I might be missing it behind those mountains, maybe, or behind the trees. Ooh, hello. What? Hello.
How are you?
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello.
Good to see you. Right, so that's level 1 done. Jonathan, have you come to bring some rounded stones to supplement the collection? Oh, wait, I'm still open on a map. Hang on, let me come back. You moved from PvE to PvP. That was your plan. Chuck, you've been playing since 2008. Nice. That is a long old time. So, Ruffle, it's 2008 when you started? It's got to be about that for you, or 2000, 2007? Cypher, you're on a vacation, but you check in on streams once in a while. Speaking of coming up with names for things, you're going to have to come up with nearly 200 names for boozes to fill up my collection. If you come up with 200 good names for boozes, Mad, I will buy them all. How about that? Robbie, do it. Come on, paste us your in-game time. And that's not even, including all of the time you spent on Wurm Unlimited and on those other toons which are trapped on other servers. There we go. That's Jonathan dropping some extra materials off. Thank you. So, right, now we've got the ground floor level done. Here might be another little bit of a controversy because I suspect that a lot of other people will build the entire exterior structure and then they will build the interior structure, and I am not one of those people. So what I'm going to do is I'm now going to build my interior walls. Then I'm going to build my upper floor and my scaffolding, and then I'm going to carry on up. So I'm going to need wooden beams. So let's stick those somewhere down here, because we're only going to need them at that end. My mixed grass and my clay are in the building box, so that should do me. Let's just move those a little bit further. And let's move the building box down there as well. 4,454 days ago. Okay, but for how many days have you played? Come on, come on. I don't want the how many days ago. I want to know how much time you've spent in the game, and you know it. Give me the other one. Give me the other one. Do it, do it, do it. Right, let me just... Tell you what, I will pop back to Deed Planner for a second, because maybe it wouldn't hurt us all to look at what I had planned. So, let's, whoop. Let's. Wait. How long have you guys been on the loading screen? Are you on the loading screen? No, you're not. Okay, you're fine. Good. What am I looking at that made me think I was on the loading screen? Okay, fine. You are not. Good. Right, so let's pop up Deed Planner. And let's get rid of that object, because I don't really want that. Turn that off, because that's going to be distracting. Right, so we've got that lower shell. We're going to need to have a standalone staircase. Which one is it? I think it's a right. I think it's right. You know what? I never remember, despite the amount of building I do, if it's from the bottom looking up or from the top looking down. I feel like it's from the bottom looking up. Taro's been playing for just under 100 days. Yeah, Ruffle, but that's your how many days ago again as well. Not the how many days you have played. That's the one that I want. That's the one that I want. Ooh. So, okay, so we've got some half arches here with nothing down on this corner, again for sight lines, and we've got some half arches there. So essentially I've got 4 half arches and whatever this standalone staircase is. Let's have a look. Staircases. Standalone. Is it going to be left or is it going to be right? It's going to be right. Deed Planner thinks it's going to be right. So it must be from the top looking down then, if Deed Planner has it right. Well, I guess we're going to find out. If I do it wrong, I'm just going to have to rebuild it, aren't I? So, that's the plan. For anybody who's joined us more recently, we're over on Deli, doing a bit of building. Okay, so first of all, if I get my mallet out, we're going to have a wall plan here, one here, one here, and one here. And I think I'm going to have to put some flooring down before I can do the staircase. So maybe now would actually be a good time to put some slabs down. So let's pack this. Yeah, you need the floors before the stairs. And you can take floors out from under stairs if you don't actually want floors there. But you do then end up with your stairs floating just a little bit. Pack that. Pack that. Pack. I should drink something as well, because my stamina regeneration is going to take a bit of a hit if I don't. And maybe also eat something. So eat a little bit of that. There we go. Didn't drink enough. Let's drink some of that. Right. Packing. So how is it that in Wurm Unlimited you get the hours figure, but in Wurm you get the days figure and have to work out the hours? Can't seem possible that you've been playing 12 years, Mad. No, that's how many days ago. It is absolutely possible that you've been playing 12 years, because you must have been playing more than 12 years. But that's how many days ago you started playing, but it's actually that's X number of days that you want. So when you do your playtime, hang on, let me just go back and find mine. I just heard another dying sound. I think it must be gods, you know. Here we go. So you entered through the portal one. That tells you how many days ago, except that playtime has been a bit messed up. So that tells you how long ago you started playing, but it's the line after that, you've played X number of days, hours and minutes, that tells you your total playtime on that toon. And that's the one I want. That's the playtime bit that I want. That's the data that I'm interested in. Oh, it's on Steam, Robbie. I see. Yeah, of course. Your numbers are so rookie, Wendell. Tell us your numbers. I bet they're not at all. What was I doing? I was packing, wasn't I? Let's pack. I think I was even good, and I pre-made my slabs. Because we hate slabs. We hate them. Something wonky in Wurm for how long ago? Yeah, they messed up when the portals came in, it messed up a whole load of people's playtime things. So this one, for example, when did it say? So this says I came into Wurm Week of Tears, week 3 of White Shark Starfall 11:29, which is not at all, because before the playtime was messed up. My one is actually Day of Sleep, week 4, Starfall of Silence 10:28. So that's what mine should say. But when they brought the portals in, people who crossed through the portals got their playtime messed up, and they've deployed a couple of fixes since then, but it just hasn't quite fixed it. So if you ever did the playtime command before you stepped through a portal,
Nobody saw that, right?
it should be back in your logs somewhere. Let me just. There we go. It should be back in your logs somewhere. Sorry, it's because I minimised my Wurm window because I've got my original playtime date on the desktop background.
Nobody saw that, right?
Yeah, sorry guys. I forgot that when I minimise Wurm, it also you get the whoops screen. But yeah, so a lot of people's playtime logs are now messed up, and unless you have one from pre-portals, you may now have lost your original date, which really sucks. Right, there you go. So Madhu, 96 days, 21 hours and 52 minutes. Barely played at all. So what's that in new money? 21 hours, 2,325 hours for you, Madhu. Wendell, 57 days. So that puts you at 1,369 hours. That's still a lot of hours. You just sat here with a bunch of people who have even less of a life. The amount of time that we put into this game, guys. I mean, I think it's got to be a testament to it. And for a lot of us, I think it's also a testament to the people that we play with. I know I've said this before, but like for some people the grind is enough, but for a lot of people, even when the grind gets dull or is not holding their interest right now, the community keeps them coming back. It's got to be pretty special for all of that. Fun. You never want to post your hours. Blue. Your playtime's accurate, is it, Chuck? Yeah, Ruffle, yours is missing your gold 1 days. Right, so I'm going to put some slabs down. Well, as soon as I find out where I put my slabs. Where have I put my slabs? It's one of these, isn't it? There we go. Slabs are so heavy. Let's put these stones down as well. Three at a time. No, I don't want to pave, do I? Hang on. Nearly. I want to plan a floor. God, that would have sucked. Plan floor. Floor below. Myra's not posting it either. You guys do put in a lot of hours. A lot of hours. I know you do. I wouldn't make you reveal your secrets on stream. I mean, I would, but I can't, so. But we are grateful for the amount of hours that you put in because they make things like this possible, so, you know, no shade from me whatsoever. Let's have one of those. And stone slabs. There we go. Wait, what do I need? What am I doing wrong? Create. You need, oh, I need mortar. Hang on. Wait, hang on. How many slabs does a stone slab floor require? Am I about to cry? Is this going to make me cry? I hate slabs. Let's move this a little bit closer. Am I going to have to make more slabs? Two? Am I going to need double the amount? Boo! So, if anybody at the... God, I can carry 1 mortar with those 3 slabs. Wow. But I can at least build it from this distance. Why is it weird that my Doom was only a year before Taro? Because it feels like longer. They do indeed need 2 slabs each. Outrageous. But on the plus side, now I can carry a shitload more mortar, so... Would anybody, any kind soul who is in local, like to make me some slabs, or alternatively bring me some more stone shards? Because I have got precisely 1 in my building box. Wait, what did I have in there? Have I got some stone shards? Yes, but not enough to make enough extra slabs. I'm definitely going to need some more shards or more slabs. Feels like a lot longer because you spent ages not playing at all. I definitely had a big gap in the middle. Like, so I started playing a couple of weeks after release first launched, a few weeks after release first launched. And I think I played 2013, I played a bit of 2014, I played for a few months in 2014, a few months in 2015, and I don't think I then logged in again until 2019. And since 2019, which is when I founded Brambleheim, I mean, that deed's never fallen, but also, even when I've put Wurm down sort of for a few months over the summer, it's only been for a few months with, like, a login every couple of months to check in on it, so I don't think I've actually stopped Wurm for more than, like, 2.5, 3 months since 2019 when I started again. It has been fairly consistent since then, and this past year, normally I would take a break. I often exhaust myself over the kind of Halloween to Christmas. I play and I play and I play because all of the events happen and there's a load of Impalongs in that time, and usually I've exhausted myself by New Year that I take a little bit of a break and I just dip in for like Valentine's and Easter. Or I dip in for Valentine's, I come back and play a bit for Easter, and then I take a break over the summer. And the first few years I did that. But this past sort of like year and a half, I just haven't actually taken a break at any point. So I have just been here the whole time. They're getting rid of me now. Until I exhaust myself sufficiently that maybe I need one. Normal stone I want for slabs. Yeah, just normal stone, Myra. Just normal stone shards. I brought, I think, about 15 slabs, and actually what I'm going to need is about 30. And I think you get 2 slabs out of 10 shards. So somebody do maths that's not me, because my poor brain. Some more shards, like a crate of shards. Not quite a crate, half a crate maybe. Ooh! Oh god, it's a bison. I thought it was a champion bear. Just strolling on up to the window. Thank you, thank you. Myra, you take breaks, but not normally for more than 2 weeks at a time. Your longest break has been about 36 hours, Ruffle. I think it's been longer than that. I'm sure I've had you logged out for at least 3 or 4 days. You see, for a while, one of Ruffle's tunes was my longest last logged in X number of days ago on my friends list. And then I coaxed her back to Wurm after a long break, and she ruined it. She logged in those tunes, and I was like, you've just popped my longest date off my friends list. How dare? How dare? You were probably on an alt. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. It isn't even that other stuff gets in the way. It's often just that I play so intensively when there's a whole bunch of things on kind of back to back that then I just sort of exhaust myself, and I've had to put it down for a little while. But in fairness, the more I get entrenched in the community side of things, the less I tend to need to put it down entirely, because when I've exhausted myself, mostly what I need to put down is some of my version of the grind, like the caring for the animals, like all the time that I'm pottering around on Brambleheim, those animals are also going to need feeding because they're near me and they're grazing. Whereas this past year, I sort of got around that by cheating and not living at Brambleheim for much of the year. I've spent so much time actually over at Thorspring on Calvertsteed, on Exodus in the past year, that I haven't had that kind of exhaustion from the chores on Brambleheim, which often ends up with me kind of being a little bit burnt out and having to take a bit of a break over the summer by just flat out avoiding my deed for a while when I'm not in that headspace. Ruffle, you finally made it. Hello, hello, hello. Nice to see you.
Mwah.
Kisses for you. So did I just get a delivery of rock shards somewhere? Or was that you pulling up with bison? I was not paying attention. I was not paying attention. Oh no. You've been here ages. 1,042 days ago is your longest now. You know what? I took a load of people off my friends list, so I don't actually know that I've got anybody that's been gone for that long, but I've probably got... There you go, I've got so one fox is at 1,300 days for me. I think I've got some longer ones, but Dent Arthur, which was one of Ruffle's alts, her original release alt, was at way, way more than that when I came back. Yeah, one fox might actually be the biggest one. Yep. I think she is. So there you go. That's my longest one. It's Foxy at 1,320 days. You're coming back, are you, Bun? Super. Now, more slabs. Whoop. Add crafting window. Oh, I've done it again. I've knocked my trowel back out. There we go. So Bunny's coming to deliver some more stone shards so that I can make some more stone slabs. Ruffle, do you fancy making some stone slabs? Are you here to be helpful? Yes, please. Bun's about to drop us off some stone shards, and I need another 15 stone slabs. And they're not difficult to make, it's just that they're so bloody heavy you can only make like 1 or 2 of them at a time. But you can just drop them on the floor, they don't even need to go to crates because I'm going to use them pretty much straight away. Don't actually want those yet. Super, super. Hello, Taka. How are you? That's why you're here, is it, Ruffle? You're here to help. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Ruffle, your longest one is 4,397 days. Ah, who's that? I know what you mean, Madoon, but sometimes I guess it depends, right? If it's somebody that you knew and liked, you want to keep an eye out in case they ever do come back. But I think when I cleared some people off my friends list, a lot of them were people where I was like, you know what, I don't actually remember the interactions I had with this player. It's been so long. And at that point, I'm like, they're basically a stranger anyway. It wouldn't really mean anything to me if they came back into game. It would actually possibly be kind of awkward. Okay, I just heard somebody else die. That's definitely guards, right? I've now heard 2 male toons and 1 female toon die, and I think it's just guards keeling over somewhere nearby because I keep hearing like those kind of like death cries. It's a little bit concerning, really. You'll end up with 500 slabs now. Malurak, who you knew from Gold 1. You are not dead, Myra. I'm so glad to hear you are not dead. Right. Let me just grab some more bits, and then I will catch up the people who've just joined us. So let's have that and some of those. So Taka, and for anybody else who has joined us just a little bit more recently, I'm currently building a new pop-up die shop for Sidereal, who is going to come and set one up at the Deli Renaissance Festival, Impalong, which is happening on the Southern Freedom Isles on Deliverance in about 4.5 weeks. And although you can't hear them right now, there's also a bunch of other toons in local who are dutifully going and doing other bits of Impalong prep. Principally, an awful lot of them are currently making favour by the thousands for the enchanting. But as you can see, some people are also doing some building bits and helping out stuff in general. So we had a little bit of a tour of the deed site for anybody who hasn't been here before. We've been talking a little bit about some of the games that are going to be running. Oh, wait, what did I do? Oh, I was only left on mortar on that one is why. And now I'm just chipping away, switching between this and Deed Planner, and we're talking about playtime scores, about the longest people have been out of Wurm that are still on our friends list. We've had a bit of a talk about people's different building styles, which I always find unreasonably interesting. Hello, Bun. You die inside sometimes when Bun does his puns.
Hello.
Ah, you need building perms. Okay, right. Okay. Manage building. Right, so Ruffle. You're also going to need them, right? Look up. Space. Add. I should have just added you all. I could have done it on... Could I have done it? No, I couldn't because I'm not a member of this deed. So let me just add you all in one go super quickly. Although it didn't stop Jonathan from unloading stuff, so evidently you can unload in here, you just can't drop. There you go. Right, you've all got perms. Is that everybody that needs it for right now? Stone slabs. Yes, please, Ruffle. 15 of them. How can you die from puns? I mean, sometimes I cringe so hard that I feel like my whole body is going to collapse in on itself. So it certainly feels like I could die from some puns. Ooh, I forgot my shark. I mustn't leave my shark in here. That would not be a very nice gift. Think he loaded right outside? Did he? Oh, maybe he did. No, he unloaded there. So Jonathan unloaded direct into the house. But the load permissions might be different from the pick up and drop permissions. So, stone slab floor. 2 more of these. Go, go, go. Oh, I hadn't, yes. Yeah, I hadn't actually quite completed the exterior, so it wasn't technically a building at that point. You're quite right, Bun. Because I think I was just on this last wall when he dropped them off. Mystery solved. Perm interactions are such a pain in the arse, guys. Oh, Ruffle, you pinned a useful thing. Well done, you. I didn't even know that we could pin stuff. You're such a good mod. So helpful. So much better at navigating Twitch than me. Oh, 68. How many slabs? 15. I need 15 more, I think. Because I'm pretty sure I only made 15. Because we've got 15 floors to do, but they require 2 slabs each. Nope. Pay attention, Crim. So what am I on? 6, 7. Yeah. No, wait, hang on. Seems like I'm short. So how many have I done? So that's 6. I have used 12. So actually I must have made some extras. Unless you've been sticking them in the slab shard and bricks crate. I need 1, 2, 3, 9. I'm going to need 18 and I've got 7. So actually I need 11 by the look of it. Myra! Oh, you have been putting them in. So we need. If you just put more in there. Oh no. We need 18. I've got 9. So I need another 9 now, please, and thank you. Right. Let's add that. Let's have some more mortar. I'm getting so confused. I don't need more mortar. How have I got 55 mortar? God, this is not going well. Right, let me try again. We can do this. We can do this. Back on task, Crim. Have I moved too far away from my slabs? Yes, I have. Let's move these. Let's move these there. And then we will carry on. Right, there we go. Back on task. We got this. We got this. We're definitely going to finish this building. So, slate. Myra and Bun. I need some slate shingles. See you, Wendell. Take care. I need either some slate shards to make shingles from, or if you already have them, some slate shingles for the roof. And I think this is going to be what, 5, 10, 12? 12 roofs. And I think it's 10 a roof, right? So 120. I'm going to need enough to make 120 slate shingles. Pretty please. Or enough for Ruffle to make 120 slate shingles, perhaps. You know, if she's still feeling helpful after she's hauled all of those slabs for me. Now the sun's come up, I kind of feel like we should run back over to the flying cow space. For those of you that missed it earlier, because it is pretty impressive looking. Can't even see past all of my own bloody windows at the moment either. Let me just make some of these smaller. Because I don't know what it is, but sometimes, like, things that are actively bothering me like this, don't quite bother me enough that I notice and change them until like a pinch point where suddenly I'm like, I can't see a bloody thing. And then finally I go kind of resizing all of my windows to make space. But I spend an awful lot of time peering around my windows without actually recognizing that they're being a problem for me. Blame my distractibility. Slate shingles. Yes, those will help. That is enough slate shingles, Myra. That would be super. It's going to be a little while before we get there, but not too long. I also don't want to lose my snowballs down there, so let's just pop those there instead. And I'm being dabbed at by a cat. Brilliantly. Brilliantly. Myra's got, yeah, so Myra's got 145. Loads. Super. Super, super. I'm going to be a bit more in my sorbet as well. If I can. Oh, no, I'm too full for my sorbet. So people in chat, have any of you got building projects on at the moment? What are your Wurm projects at the moment? This is obviously only a little one for me. My bigger one is deed planning a pop-up event site, by which I mean not an Impalong site, because we've already got a lot of Impalongs. They're a lot of work and I am not up to that amount of work. But I do enjoy like testing stuff for science and playing with like worm mechanics and how different things work. And it occurred to me that it would be quite nice to have like a site set up for those kinds of shenanigans where we can do things like catapulting and food fights and how does this work and dueling and stuff like that, and maybe some kind of like, I don't know, decorating and other fun stuff. So that's my project at the moment, but it is very much still in the deed planner stages. But I'm always interested to hear what other kind of projects other people have got on. Why are you not giving me slabs? Because I'm not close enough. There we go. Hey, Mimas! Oh dear, you're tipsy. I take it you did have a good time then. Good to see you back. Madoon, so you're still making more stills, so you can make them booze varieties. How many stills have you got now in your alcohol operation, Madoon? Ruffle, you have too many. Is that too many projects or too many deeds? Because every time you tell me you've still got work to do on all of your deeds, the next thing I hear you've then made another deed. And I know you just made another deed. You got 4 stills now, Madoon. Ruffle has got several deeds, all of which have projects that need doing. In fairness, I have got more projects than just that one. I'm just ignoring the others. I've got a bunch of creatures that need caring for, and I've still got the whole, like, extension of the wildlife park and a couple of buildings that need redoing at Brambleheim and the redesign of Little Venice and decorating the Gloaming Hut. But we don't talk about those. Those are not current projects. Those are projects on the shelf for a future Crim. Mima's, you're gonna eat and watch. That sounds like a good. That sounds like a good way to recover from drinking. Did you have good fun?
Gobbling glee.
Are image links allowed? Yeah, they should be, Robbie. I think links are. I think all kinds of links are enabled. Yeah, show us what you're working on, because Robbie is always working on something good. Stone slabs. Yes. As long as it's appropriate, or Ruffle will ban you. Ruffle is being a very good moderator today. She's discovering all kinds of things that I didn't know she could do. But I am grateful to have anybody helping to moderate at all, because as we know, even without moderation, I already get distracted by the amount of different things I'm supposed to be paying attention to while I stream. I miss bits of chat all of the time. Sometimes I manage to go and catch up on it. But one of the reasons that I always rewatch my streams within the day or two after I do them is because there's just loads that I realise I've missed. So the only way that I actually get to catch up on a bunch of the things that I missed in chat and elsewhere is through the rewatch. but also just, for sort of like quality control kind of stuff, seeing what works and what doesn't and that kind of thing. Let's just finish planning those. Oh, baby, are you so hungry? Are you so hungry? That's unfortunate. I'm busy. Cat. Crim, do I need any more stone cutting, or shall I return to fish bait? No, I don't, because the shingles are already pre-shingled. So fish bait away. Who's been leaving glowies? Look at these glowies. That's kind of creepy, guys. Cats are always hungry, especially these ones. They're starving constantly. Was this you, Bun? It's like having little kind of like will-o'-the-wisps just peering in from the outside. Right. Right. Let's carry on with those. Basic construction of main hall and left wing of the palace. Let's have a look. Oh! Robbie. I don't think I've seen any of this bit of the build at all. So Robbie has been building a massive underground what? Complex? Village? Town? Robbie hollowed out a great deal of his mountain, and most of what I've seen of you been doing in your underground space is things like the river that you've been working on. But I haven't seen any of this at all. This is pretty epic. Ban not before you ban first. So I'm grateful for moderators, but I sometimes wonder if they're going to be the death of me. Yeah, so that's the palace. You've not seen it before either, Ruffle. It's pretty epic. You don't have a mag priest, Bun? Do you not? I thought you had an everything. I thought you had a priest. I thought you had all kinds of priests. So who's the mag priest? Who's been light tokening me? I like it anyway. It's cool. It's cool. Crafting window. What am I now missing? Slabs. Pay attention, Crim. You can do it. Wait. Oh, have I walked too far away from my slabs again? Yes. That's where they've gone. Oh, it's going to be Myra then. So you've got the Vin, the Foe, and the Lib, and Myra's got the Mag Priest. I see. Right, yes, slabs. Slabs. Oh my god, I'm being so scatterbrained now. There we go. I hate floors. I hate floors. I hate slab floors. I really need to work on my paving though. For this event deed that I'm sort of deed plannering, I kind of wanted it to be a little bit like, because I grew up in a Roman city, in England. Like we've got a few kind of cities with remnants of the old Roman walls around them and things like that. And I grew up in one of those really quite old cities. And I decided, I'm not really sure why. I think I was kind of carrying on the theme because this event deed is quite close to Thule, where Calvert's built his arena. So I was going to do it in kind of like a sandstone, particularly around the exterior, to kind of blend in with that, and to sort of to carry on, I guess, the sort of the Romanish theme. I wanted to have like a walkable wall all the way around the outside. And then I'm trying to build things like arches under bits of the wall so that you can have like little kind of like booths and stations and things tucked in under the bits of the wall. But it is proving a little bit of a challenge, not least because I'm planning it on a diagonal highway, which does not make for very straightforward building planning along a deed when you're trying to do everything on like a diagonal. But so the first bit of that deed planning process was figuring out how that kind of walkable external wall all the way around the edge of the deed would work, you needed to be able to drive up onto it, not just climb up steps. So you've got to have slopes up onto it. It is also not a perfectly flat deed, so I'm trying to account for that stuff as well. It's all proving a little bit of a challenge, but it's a fun challenge. You have no clue what you're seeking. Sorry, memers. Yeah, mostly what you're looking at is a whole load of windows and things. So we are building, I'll tell you what, I'll show you. We're building this. So I am building essentially sort of like a pop-up shop display space over on the Deli deed. So it's got these nice big open sides with open sight lines so that Sidereal can come and set up one of her pop-up dye shops here. And where these planter racks are, these are just stand-ins for things like her racks of beautifully dyed jars. And then she tends to have table displays as well with sort of like how different dyes look on things like fabrics and other smaller items. So this is what we're working towards, just a little pop-up shop space with a lot of kind of visual real estate for displays. That's the plan. It's just at the moment I'm staring at slabs. I fucking hate slabs because I needed to put the slabs down so that I could start working on the stairs up to the upper floor. And you know me and how easily distracted I am. I am not being at all efficient at this because I keep distracting myself by talking. Can't imagine how. I'm going to need more mortar. And then I'm going to need more of these. Nearly there with the slabs though. I don't even know why I hate them so much. I think it's just because they're so big. I can't, like, I have to keep getting more out. I like to be able to just get a heck load of stuff and just like trundle along with it, finishing walls and things. Whereas slabs, I have to do it literally one floor at a time. Whereas when I'm doing the building, I can do sort of half of these walls in one go and then go and get more materials and do the other half. And I think that's why I hate slabbed floors. I find them really bitty. Your food's arrived, has it, memers? Take care. And if you're hearing chirping in the background, that's Lily once again coming to ask for food. Do you want to come up? You could come and feature. I've even got a Lily button. No. No. So, Robbie, have you been keeping track of the construction materials going into this underground city at all? Or is that a foolish question? No stream, only food. I kind of wish in a way that I had kept closer track of, I don't know, some of the stuff that went into Brambleheim, but because it kind of grew so organically over the years, like I don't have any before pictures of the space. I don't even think I've really got any screenies of the buildings before I redesigned them, because I went around Brambleheim essentially redesigning all of the major buildings in it and rebuilding them, and it's pretty much only the smithy I've got left to do, I think, and maybe the shipbuilding yard. Am I out of mortar again? But for Little Venice, because that was quite a deliberate project from the ground up, as opposed to something that evolved organically, for Little Venice, I did keep track of the amount of time it took to do the various stages and the amount of materials that I used just for interest's sake. And I sometimes, it's hard to get a sense of scale looking at a building quite how much stuff it took, so I always wonder if people do. You never keep track, it just takes what it takes. Given the scale that you build on, maybe that's wise. Maybe that's a good thing. I sometimes think with the scale of things that I build, if I knew at the beginning how big it was going to be and I sat down and I calculated all the materials, maybe I would never have started. So sometimes I think that can be a good thing. They're also so slow. Why are they so slow? Like, it's a good trowel, even if it needs a little repair. Do you calculate beforehand, Ruffle? I know, I keep trying to get her to come peek, but she's too busy just dabbing at my arm and squeaking. Come on. I'll feed you if you come up. She is unconvinced. Higher paving skill. Yeah, actually, you're right, Bun. That is it, because my paving is not good, and I need to work my paving up. And actually, there you go. That's what I grasshoppered away from. That's why I was telling you about the Roman walls around this deed that I'm planning, because I'm going to have to use, because I want to use for aesthetics, paved upper level floors, whereas I tend to do floors always in wood. And doing paved floors is finally going to require me to have some paving. What is my paving at? It's not under masonry, is it? Where is it? There we go, it's its own one. 47.9. Right, hang on. Drop that. So we thought it was dead southeast, right? So it should be roughly where Valray is. But I wonder if they're getting hidden by the mountain. Every time I hear those meteors fall, I've been looking down to the southeast, trying to see if I can spot them. And I just haven't managed it, but is it because we're losing them behind the mountain, maybe? Ooh, that's a bit of a weird graphical glitch right there. Yeah, I'm just not seeing them. It's somewhere over there, but... Nope. But I think that mountain might be so big that at the point that they appear in the sky, they may be appearing too low for me to actually see them from here. Because I've got pretty long range render on this client. That's not bad paving, Bun. Well, in fairness, it used to be a lot worse. It is something that I deliberately worked on a little bit, but not a lot. Was it imping cat's eyes? I might have done something with cat's eyes as a way to grind it a little bit when I needed it for something. But there you go. So, I mean, for a long time it was about, I don't know, about 20-ish, which was not sufficient to be putting slabs on upper floors in buildings. Clearly it is now a little bit better. I dropped my mortar somewhere, didn't I? There we go. But still not enough to make much difference to the speed of putting these bloody slabs down. Even with a 102, a 98 Wind of Ages trowel. And, I don't know, 49 paving, this still feels slow for me. Cat's eyes is the way to go. Yeah. I think I did do some sort of tinking of cat's eyes to get mine up a little bit because it was preventing me from building a thing I wanted to build. Which is probably why I'm no longer at 20 paving, but it's still not a whole lot. The trouble is, I mean, maybe it's not the trouble at all. Maybe this is actually what Wurm is all about in the community bit. But when I think about doing builds that require paving at a high level because I want to put, like, stone floors down at a high level, I look at that and I'm like, well, I could do all of that imping up of cat's eyes. Or I could speak to any of the really good masons that I know and ask them about it. Yeah, my walls are a lot faster, but these floors were super slow. Right, okay, so we finally got those down, which means I should now be able to plan these stairs, and I think Deed Planner said that it should be right side stairs, which always feels weird to me, so it must be stairs looking as if you were looking down them, not stairs as if you were looking up. But if it turns out to be wrong, one of the things that makes me a little bit sad, given that it's so easy to get these wrong, particularly if you're not using Deed Planner, it makes me sad that the planned version, even if you're doing a left or right, only shows you the central one. I kind of wish it showed you which side, so it was easier to see before you build it, that you're doing the right one or the wrong one. We need to switch that over to a mallet. So we're looking for a standalone staircase. It also frustrates me that you can't start it without knowing what the materials are, and granted you can look them up, but I suspect it's going to be large nails, small nails, shafts, planks, and maybe something else. So my planks are not there, but let's have some shafts. Would help if I sorted that, wouldn't it? Let's have some nails, because it's probably going to require both, but maybe not. Don't think it's going to require bricks because it's not a spiral staircase, it's just a wooden one. And then one of these somewhere I think has got planks. Maybe. Stop dabbing me, madam. I've got planks in there? Got beams in there. What did I do with my planks? Where's my planks? Where's my planks? Oh, did I load them into... No. Uh-oh. Tell me I brought planks. I'm sure I ticked planks off my list. Slabs, shards, rounded stones, slate shingles. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. No. Tell me I brought planks. Yes. Okay, there's my planks. There's my planks. Oh, it's because they're in a wooden beams thing. Let's just rename that, shall we? And some planks. Right. Standalone staircase. Here's hoping. That is sufficient. You ate them. Planks do go easily into a BSB, yes. I think I just didn't transfer them. I had crates in my wagon when I took them out, and I didn't actually empty them out into it, so they ended up staying in a crate. But they absolutely could have gone in the BSB, yes. Oh, look at that. I even got the right number of planks and shafts. I just overestimated what it was going to need in terms of nails. I'll take it. I'll take it. Now's when we find out the D-Planner told me wrong. I hope it didn't tell me wrong. How fast is this mallet? 97 wind of ages on this mallet. Quality 92. I put bricks in crates. I know you stick them in BSBs, but I put them in crates. Oh, you sod! It is the wrong one. Look at that. I knew that there were some things that D-Planner couldn't be trusted for. And this is one of them. God, I need to remember that. Right. Myra, is Deli Fun still around? Would you be willing to come and just bash some stairs for me, if so? And I need to remember that one in future, and somehow I just never do, because I always question it as well. It is at the bottom looking up. So there you go, guys. When you're planning stairs and you're choosing between the left and the right, you've got to treat it as from the bottom looking up, not from the top looking down. And if you use the app version of D-Planner, it tells you the wrong one. So D-Planner thought that this should be a right side staircase, which is like it's the wrong one. It should be the left side. It should be the left side staircase because it's from the bottom looking up. I'm pretty sure Deli Fun's already got permissions on here, but let me just check. Yes. Hopefully that should be sufficient. Yeah, I know, Ruffle. And you know what? I tell myself, because I've been tripped up by this before, which is why it frustrates me that the planned version doesn't show you which side it's on. It's just extra frustrating that in that version of D-Planner, I don't know if it's the same in the browser version, some of those left and right things are the wrong way round. And stairs is definitely one I've been tripped up on before. But that's okay. So I'm just going to need another, 15 planks and 5 or 10 shafts? Can't remember, but in any case, it's not much lost. I think it was 5. And I had more nails than I needed anyway, so some of those can go back. Let's get rid of those. But while we're here, we could start all of these, couldn't we? So beams. Where did I put my beams that were not in the crate marked beams? Have I got another beams crate somewhere? Oh, I think beams are in the mixed one, aren't they? Hang on, where's the mixed one? That one. There we go. Question is, what I can't remember is on the stone walls when you're doing half arches, you have to start with fence bars, and I can't remember if you have to on the wooden ones or not. Guess we're going to find out. Timber framed arch. Right. What do we need? Nope, apparently I only need the beam. This staircase here, please. Please and thank you. It is on the wrong side. Add crafting window. And we're going to have another arch there. Whoops. Oh, that is a loud bashing sound. Oh, I see. It's because it's adding all the beams while I've got them in my inventory. Ah, that's fine. There's only 4 of them to go. Gosh, can you guys hear that thwacking? It sounds so loud to me, but then my worm sounds always sound way louder like on my headphones than they do on the stream. It's actually kind of a satisfying thwacking as well. Love the sounds of destruction. So I'm now doing all of these as right arches, even though I actually want some right and some left, because again, with the half arches, it doesn't matter, because the long wall is going to be the one with sort of like with the pointy bit on it anyway. So I don't know why we still have both in the game. It should just be something like a half arch instead of a left and a right, because you can rotate walls. There is no functional difference between them, as far as I can tell. It just seems like unnecessary complexity, given that they don't really do anything different to one another. They are functionally the same, and it is really difficult to tell when you are in the planning, like, again, which way is right and which way is left. Oh, I need beams. Beams. Oh my god! Thanks, Myra! It's just what you want to turn around and find yourself face to face with an Ogump's belly.
Well done.
They're so huge.
Ooh,
alright, okay, so that was all of my
these?
beams done. That was all my beams done. Right, so those walls are all planned. I could go and finish those, but I'm actually, because I'm still carrying the mats, I'm now going to just do this staircase again. So we learned our lesson last time. Oh, it's Deli Fun kissing me. That was a very, very big kiss right in my ear. Thank you. Thanks for doing the bashing for me. Right, so what we want is left. Wow! Right in my ear holes! God, that is such an awful sound. Why did they put it in the game? Right in my ear holes. No, 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 no. None of this. I'm having to protest. Protest remove my headphones on my own stream. Are you done? Oh, why? Why? Why would you do it? What?
Oh, you shush your
Oh,
face.
God. I'm sorry for applauding you, Yara. Oh, mad. No, I did not need that, thank you. Thank you for that. That's also horrific.
Whoops. Nobody saw that, right?
Were you enjoying that? Yups. You just popped up in time for the horrendous amount of farting that just happened in my direction. God, and I thought Calvert was bad. Congratulations, Myra. You are officially worse than Calvert. Hello, Cesar. Ooh, I don't know how to... Cesar? Tell me how to pronounce that. Give me a phonetic one. But hello. Good to see you. Right, what was I doing before somebody came and farted in my ear 5 times? Left staircase. And we want a standalone one, right? Left staircase. Yes. Standalone. Go. Kind of, yups. You just came back for the farts. Lovely. Thanks. Thanks for that. You enjoyed that, did you, Bun? Getting a little bit of schadenfreude there, just watching my absolute discomfort. Trying to, like, save my own ears from bloody Wurm emotes. Ooh. How did I not? Oh, I needed more shafts. Ah, misjudged the shafts. There we go. Schadenfreude indeed. People need to eat more healthy foods rather than just pizza. Actually, it's the opposite way around, Madoon. Pizza generally won't make you gassy, but really healthy foods often will, because it's, you know, often a sign of a healthy digestive system, I'm sorry to say. Particularly if you're eating lots of good, like a lot of vegetarian diets can make you quite gassy. Not my vegetarian diet, because my vegetarian diet is not terribly healthy at all, but it's such a There you go. That's the word. Schadenfreude. Taking pleasure in my distress. Oh, stop it! No! Don't do it! Go away, you horror! Leave. Oh, God. Oh. Is this because I didn't bring sour things? Are you just trying to find other ways to, like, make my face contort? Wait, why did it say choo-choo? Where did choo-choo come from? I don't know where the choo-choo came from, guys. Kisses don't make it better. You still farted in my ear like a dozen times. Right, rotate that. Let's rotate that counterclockwise. Stairs are done. Now we're going to go back and finish the wooden levels, and then we're going to go onto the upper level. 4 stills is very bright, is it, Mad? Well, imagine what happens when you get up to, like, 12. I like the deli fans walking around with Easter eggs equipped. So, next we're going to need clay and mixed grass. And some more beams. Hello, kitten. No, unless you come up and show yourself on stream, you're not getting fed. Yeah, I do need to drink something. Thanks. So, where did my beams go? Beams. I'm going to build this whole building on stream, she says, and then gets thoroughly distracted. Thanks, Bun. Come and join in. You put her in her place. Nope. What am I looking for? What am I looking for? Mixed grass and clay. Where's my grass? Where's my grass? There's my grass. So we need 20 grass, 10 clay. No, wrong way around. 10 grass, 20 clay. But that's all right. Mixed grass is light. I can manage that. Go, go, go. Maybe you should... No. No, you shouldn't, Bun. Has he gone? Tell me he's gone. Why is Deli Fun now just hovering? This feels decidedly creepy, Myra. Also, the last time somebody hovered that close to me, they whiz-killed Calvert, so maybe it's still a little bit of latent trauma from yesterday's stream. I had a moment there where I was like, oh shit, did I do one wall wrong? And then I realised it's just because I'm looking at the building behind. Whoops. I did not do one wall wrong. So what are we, 4-second timers on this? Speaking of which, how are we doing?
Nobody saw that, right?
What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? Oh, you mean the whoops about the wall? So for anybody who's joined us since the last time I mentioned it, we are on Deliverance at the Deli Renaissance Festival. At the Deli Renaissance Festival site for an Impalong, which is going to start in about 4.5 weeks. I did say whoops. Yes, you're quite right. For an Impalong that's going to start in about 4.5 weeks. So I'm knocking up an extra building here. People are making cordage rope in the background for all of the priests. Why? 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 Why did you do it to me? It's so horrible. It is so horrible. It's the most awful sound. And I get it in like surround sound echoing around my head. You just... I might leave your entertainment squad, Myra. I might have changed my mind. Oh, God. All this time, I've been criticising Calvert, who maybe farts twice a stream, and you've just knocked him out of the park. Like, I think that's probably more farts than he has ever done in my presence in the last 5 minutes, somehow. That's not an accolade. That is not an accolade. Right. I think we should start a campaign to get the emote sounds changed. Or removed. There we go. What if Wurm had a smell? Okay, but you know what, Myra? It does. Because I have the kind... Like, I've got a very sensory sort of a brain. So what you're triggering for me is not only visceral, gross, like kind of sounds, but all of the other sensory memories that go with that stuff as well, which is probably why I find it quite so distressing. Downside of having a very kind of like strong sense memory is I get a lot of associated things with it as well, so I find things like that really, really uncomfortable, because they don't just sound awful, like my brain's being like, remember all of the other things associated with this horrible sound. You just pox yourself. I'm being haunted. I'm being haunted by an alt. God help me. You love your emote, do you? No, I do get fart trauma. I mean, it sounds silly when you put it like that, but I absolutely do. It does. It makes life really, really vivid. And as far as I know, I think that this is something to do with autism, right? Because I'm neurospicy, I'm autistic, and I have ADHD, and I didn't know that these were to do with that, but I've done an awful lot of reading since I got my really quite late in life diagnosis, and I'm starting to understand a lot of the things about the sensory differences, and one of the reasons that people with autism tend to have that kind of sensory overwhelm a lot of the time is because the way our bodies interpret sensory data is different. I don't know if it's that. I don't know if it's that we are more sensitive to it, or if our brains are just overreacting to normal stimulus that other people's don't in the same way. But essentially, we seem to like pump out more chemicals. We have bigger and more visceral reactions to things, and it goes both ways, right? In some ways, it's really, really wonderful. Like my sensory kind of enjoyment of my environment, of nice things in my environment, is really quite extreme. I feel things in a very big way. I have like a really, really good ear for music. I'm very, very good at kind of recreating sounds and smells, and like my sensory memory is really, really very detailed. I can visualize things perfectly in my mind's eye. All of those things are wonderful and probably enhanced by this. But it does also mean that like particularly horrible sounds or things that trigger kind of like quite visceral, uncomfortable reactions in me, I get the full spectrum of experience from it, which Myra is happily sitting there exploiting on stream for her own entertainment right now. Like a horror. So we're just going to rotate this one because I don't want that beam down the corner. I'm having these two side beams meet nicely like that. You do get like a little bit of a dip there, but actually I think on these kinds of walls this works really quite nicely. It doesn't work so well on the stone walls, sadly, but I still do it on stone walls sometimes, because then you get this nice kind of like open corner here with no beams in the sight lines. So we've done that one there, and I'm just going to grab some more of these to do this over here too. 20 of those. Let's do that one. So yes, there you go. Going to teach him a lesson. The trouble is, this tune right here is the mayor of the deed. So they've got all the permissions everywhere. I can't even lock them out of my building. I've just got to sit there being observed by a weird bunny-eared tune that keeps farting in my ear. Still meteors from the last mag site on release. I can believe it, Madoon. Any mag site, unless you've got some really, really dedicated people, always ends up leaving a landscape littered with meteorites. I kind of want to go back to that South Centre side of Celebration and see what that shore looks like now, because I don't know if they still got their mag pillar there. I'm sure Wormnode would tell us. But when we sailed past, I have never seen them in quite such a dense area, and I can only think it's because it was right on the shore. It was kind of concentrating the meteorite fields. But like it was properly. I've never seen anything quite as dense as that one. I sort of want to go and look and see what state it's in now. You kept the mag site totally clean until today. I've tried doing it on release before, like when releases had them. It only takes 1 or 2 people to do it, but it takes 1 or 2 people basically doing that all day, every day, and then like catching up again in the morning. And as soon as you run out of steam, unless somebody else is taking over, it racks up again so fast because they drop like 3 to 5 meteorites an hour, maybe up to 6. I can't remember how many you got when it's at its highest quality, but I think a holy site at low quality will drop at least 3 every hour. And when tinked up, I think it's like 5 or 6. So it's just the rate at which they drop. If you're not tinking them back down, they start littering up the landscape super fast. It does not take long at all. There we go. Last one of these. Yeah, but they are good. They are good for that as well. And I also like. I mean, I end up making off with loads and loads of lumps from meteorite sites. That would be useful for things like this as well, because they're the kind of things which like I don't generally mine, don't have much use to mine, but at Impalongs, you go through a lot more of those kind of materials than you might domestically. So yeah, meteorite sites can be good, I think, for fueling things like Impalong supplies, just the sheer quantity that you get from them as well. Oh baby, you still not going to come up? You not be persuaded? I'm getting dabby hands. Dabby hands, but nothing else. I might go and feed her in a second. She has been asking for a long time. You do go through a lot of lumps at your home deed, though. But do you go through a lot of, like, the weird ones, right? Okay, because obviously iron you go through all the time, but things like zinc and tin, I have so few uses for. Like, I suppose some of the weirder stuff when I'm bothering to do, like, metallurgy? When I'm making bronze or brass. Mostly brass, because I use brass lamps around release. Or if I'm trying to make more stuff to make runes with, maybe that's when I touch most of the other kinds of metals. But other than that, it's mostly iron. Like, I almost never have to use gold and silver. I've got a whole silver mine at Brambleheim. Very, very little use for it. How could I make her wait for food? I know, it's not like she hasn't been fed about 15 small handfuls across the course of today already. She is just always hungry. Right, let's rotate that one. Then I am going to next plan my plan my floors, and then my scaffolding for this level, and then we can move up to level 2 and haul a bunch of stuff up. So. Silver for weapons and jewelry. Yeah, but do you really make that much in terms of weapons and jewelry? Like, even the stuff that I have doesn't take damage at a rate that I'm often having to get it out to imp it. Pretty much most of the metals I use these days are either iron for building materials or anything else. Mostly only for runes. You see, so you make your own transmutation fluids and things. See, I don't do that at all. But yes, it's true, silver and gold lumps are super tiny, so you do go through more of them. What are you using all of your silver on, guys? I think the only time I've used silver en masse is when I was spamming statuettes for a rare one to stick those dragon statuette skins on. I do need to do some more statuette spamming, because we've had several more skins for statuettes, frustratingly. You've got silver weapons that you're imping up a lot, huh? Yeah, you are also doing, alliance stuff, in fairness, whereas I am mostly only imping for me. So, we want a floor there. Floor, and floor. And then everything else is going to be scaffolding. And by scaffolding, I do mean ladders, because ladders have the smallest amount of materials that you can make a floor with, given that we are just going to be knocking them down again in time. So, ladders. I'm kind of surprised. Is it going to let me do that one? I'd be surprised if it lets me do that one. Yeah, no, it won't. I'm going to have to do that one last, because it doesn't have anything to attach it to. And a ladder. And a ladder. Right, and that's going to be our scaffolding. So, on the plus side, ceilings and ladders go super quick. These are definitely one of the speediest bits. Right, so there's our planks. Going to get a whole bunch of small nails, load up on planks, and then we're just going to go. So, in fact, have I got a container? Yeah, that'll do. So let's stick, like, I don't know, 30 of those in there. So that's not taking up my main inventory space. Load up on as many planks as I can carry. 66, magic. And then go. And you make lamps. Yeah, in fairness, lamps do eat a lot of lamps. Do you guys have silver lamps on your deed? I have got some silver lamps. I did one of my smaller deeds in silver lamps, because I like the colour that silver lamps give off, but they just give off so little actual light throw, is my problem with them. Like, I tried experimenting with different ones. I went with brass ones for Brambleheim, just because I like I like the colour of them, and I also like the colour of the light that they give off. I've done bronze lamps on one of my other deeds, and on the Gloaming Sanctum I did gold lamps, because I wanted that kind of, like, spooky little, like, glowy lights nested into the trees kind of a look. But I've never really gotten on with silver lamps. Used gold for the market. Yeah, I think the only place I've used silver lamps and liked it and not really wanted to replace it with something else was for tunnels. So I had a deed that had a whole load of like tunnels underneath in the mines, and I quite like them in there. But then again, in tunnels, they don't have to throw their light that far. But in any kind of big open space, I find that silver lamps just don't cut it. Myra, are you talking about silver ones or gold ones there? Actually, what I really like about the gold lamps is that you can absolutely make those look like pendulums. That's what I like about them. You can push them into tree trunks as well, and then they just kind of look like almost like little ball walls dangling off the trees, which I quite like, sort of like a bit like Chinese lanterns, maybe. So you can do some nice things with gold lamps, I think, by just kind of half nesting them into stuff. Silver lamps are kind of a weird shape as well, but they just, yeah, it's just the light, the light that they give off is not that good for me. I also like the ones that are kind of cylindrical. I think like copper lamps, are they like that? Their light throw is also not great, so I don't tend to use those. I mean, I pick them up off Fallen Deeds when I find them just for variety, but I've never kitted a deed out with them. The normal silver lamps will give the same. Yes, in fairness, it's the hanging ones specifically that I'm talking about. Because I tend to mostly use hanging lamps for anywhere that I've got buildings. I only use the straight ones for exterior, like grounds. Whereas my buildings, I always have them pushed into walls. Even since they made it possible for us to actually put them on walls, I just never do because it's so hard to get a consistent height on them. I still prefer to drop them on the floor and push them into the wall, so at least they all line up. Because it seems like it should have been like a really good quality of life improvement to be able to put them anywhere on walls, but in practice for me, it just makes it super, super hard to make everything line up beautifully, so I don't do it. I said this will go super fast, and then of course I got distracted talking. It's not like me at all. It is still going pretty fast though. I mean, look at that. 4.2 seconds. And only 10 actions. These will only be 5. Ruffles found piles of fragments. I saw that, Ruffle. Yeah, the light directions are different as well. Because like the straight lamps, the lamp lamps, all give out light in all directions, all of them. It's just the hanging lamps, which are so varied in terms of that light throw, light direction, and even to a degree light colour. And then we've got our scaffolding, which I have enough actions. I only actually need to do one full set of actions to complete one. We like that too. So while we're doing this, for anybody who hasn't seen, if you've joined us later, we're building this at the moment. So we've done the ground floor level, I've just done these, and I've done these floors. And now I'm building scaffolding, which obviously you can't see in here because it is only going to be up long enough to let me build the upper floor, and then it is all going to be destroyed again, so we get this nice open space. Whoops. So we get this nice open space here. So this is what we're working towards, broadly speaking. So that one. I was going to go feed the cat, but she's actually stopped harassing me now, so I guess she's just not that hungry anymore. Where is your cross laser for the walls? Right. Which is why I end up still just pushing them into the walls. The only time I actually use the hang it on a thing function is on gates. So I will use that to hang lamps rather than what I used to do before was push the standing lamps into gate posts, but they don't really sit quite right. Like they sit a little bit too high for me, and it's like positioning them is hard. So since they did that, the main thing that I have done with that since we've been able to position lamps on walls is to use them to hang them off the tops of gate posts effectively. But I do not use them on building walls because it's a nightmare trying to get them to hang nice and evenly. Do you not like? The other thing as well is, like, if you do them as like the standing hanging lamps and you push them in, you can also do some nice things with arches. So, like, for example, for the hanging ones, like the gold lamps, you can push them into the curves of these arches and effectively get like little ball lights hanging out of the curve. But that's not a placeable space if you're trying to place them on walls. So I actually get kind of more options by doing it the old way than the new way for most parts, but I do like it for gates. You try to use a range pole as reference. Yeah, but how long would it take? You can also do things like counting bricks down on certain kind of brickwork space. Just it's a pain in the ass when you could just drop it on the floor and push it neatly into place, like we always used to. Right, I can now plan that final one. So let's do that. Surely I'm going to run out of planks. There we go. I was going to say, surely I'm about to run out of planks. I only picked up 60 something. Yeah, it does take a long time. Yeah, and with a memory like a brick, and also then sort of like you end up placing them, and then you have to step back and like size them up. It's just a load of extra faff I don't need. I like being able to place other things on walls though. Like it was really nice in the PMK shop to be able to finally get all of those banners, well, not all of them, but get a lot of those banners off the floor. Like because I had more than I could fit on tiles, so I was having to space them out in awkward ways because the tile had reached capacity, and constantly having to kind of like line them up by eye in the way that they were staggered along the floor all at angles, whereas now I just get to put them up on the walls, and that is nice. That's super. I'm sad in a way that when they brought ceilings in, they didn't make it so that anything that we can currently place on walls we can also place on ceilings, because I really, when they announced that, I was like, oh my god, I'm going to put stars all over the ceiling, it's going to be brilliant, and I can't. And that makes me sad. I just wanted stars on my ceiling, like a child. Yeah. Although, I seem to remember seeing somebody put a carpet on a ceiling, and I don't know how they managed that. Yeah, the hanging stars. Well, and I tried putting things like, I mean, I tested it with stuff like the banners and the decorations and stuff like that. But I swear, I saw, was it at Mardi Gras Impalong maybe? I think I caught it on stream, or maybe we caught it on Calvert's stream. But I'm sure that there was a rug on a ceiling somewhere, and I was like, how was that possible? Because everything I tried, nothing was going on ceilings. I don't know if there's some cunning workaround there. It kind of baffled me. I was like, what the fuck? How the hell did they do it? I mean, in fairness, I haven't tried with a carpet since. Maybe a carpet's an exception, but I would be surprised if it is. Wurm doesn't tend to have exceptions built in by accident like that. Last one. There we go. I'm going to drink something, because that little bit of slower stamina regen, I really do notice it when I am building. I've still got food, so let's eat something too. Right, so that's all my scaffolding up, everything on my lower level. Which means, oh, it's all planks that I'm carrying, isn't it? Let's put those planks down. Not going to need those for a little bit. Which means now we can go upstairs and we can haul some of this stuff up with a rope. There's my building box, and I'm going to need some rounded stones. I'm also going to need that. Am I going to need that one? Yes, because I've got T-arches up here. So let's have that. And the T-arches are towards the back, so I'm just going to move that over a little bit so it's not so much in the way. Don't think I need my planks up here, but I do need those rounded stones. So let's move. Whoops. Let's move that over. Come on. There we go. Move that over there. Haul that one up. In fact, rather than that, can I haul that one up? Yes, I can. Good. So that's my mortar. That's my stones. That's my things. I think we're good to go. You'd hoped we could have like an attic space. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to. I don't even know why I'm looking, because I already know that I can't see them when they fall. I think they must be behind that mountain. I'm looking forward to and really hoping that it does pay off, this this jetties update that we've been promised, like docks and jetties, because that's going to allow us to build things like verandas. And I mean, that's not quite going to get us an attic. Like, you can get something that looks like an attic now that we've got ceilings, because you can do almost like eaves by building ceilings that you can see in the side of. And if you want to be really, really cunning, you could, for example, put something like a canopy bed under one of those ceilings, which goes about that far from the ceiling, place things on top of the canopy bed, which, if you didn't know, by the way, you can do. It is a placeable surface, and then it would look like you've got things up in your kind of eaves, a little bit like an open-sided attic, but that's the closest we can get to it right now. But I had intended to go and play with something like that, because I also kind of like the aesthetics of like attics and eaves. I really wish we had a better kind of aesthetic for like a dormer window as well, that comes out of a roof. You can kind of do it. You do it by having a floor here with walls coming out, and then a window, and then a little roof on top. So we can sort of do dormers, but not quite as well as I would like us to. Really, what I want is roofs where we can have like triangular walls on the end, so that the roofs don't always slope off and round. I kind of want roofs that are blunt-ended, like that. There's lots of things. There's lots of things I want, in fairness. Like my shopping list of hello, cat. Different cat. My shopping list of things that I would like in terms of building options in Wurm is not small. Don't even get me started on diagonal fences. Right, what was I doing? Planning. Okay, so we need to plan the upper level. So let's have a look. So oriels there, a barred wall there, and then we've got T-arches and fences around the back, and all of the rest are plain. Yes, okay. Right. Let's do it. So I'm gonna need let's have 8 of those. I think for T-arches I'm gonna need fence bars, 3 of those, and say 8 of those, and see how that does us. Make those a little bit smaller for now. But first, plan, and a plan, and a plan. Build. Oh, need a trowel. Ruffle, you found a sheep friend. Of course you found a sheep friend. Of course you did. Right, T-arch there. T-arch there. And T-arch there. It was Mox. It was Mox. It was Mox's tail that you perhaps briefly saw on camera. Then we're going to have plain walls on this side. So wall, and whoops, and a wall. So we were talking about this earlier, for those of you that joined a little bit later. Like, my building style is, because I do all of my planning in Deed Planner, I finalised it in Deed Planner. I go through various iterations in Deed Planner, and then I've pretty much finalised it there. So I don't tend to edit as I go, which means when it comes to building, I put all of my plans up on one level, and then I add one material to all of them, so that the bit where I have to concentrate to make sure I don't do the wrong thing all like happens in a chunk, and then I can just work my way through just adding mats to the walls that have already been started. But a lot of people do not work like that. apparently. Other people take a much more kind of free-spirited, loosey-goosey approach to some of their building. So they tell me. Like to change things as they go, or just kind of feel their way through, which sounds like anathema to me.
Oh, yes. Magnificent.
Another normal wall there. And another normal wall there. Then on the front side, we said oriel, bod, and oriel, right? So 1, 2, 3. So rounded oriel, and an oriel here. Have you run out of things to do, Ruffle? You're welcome to come and help me build if you'd like to. Barred wall there. Then I just need to go and get some more materials for this final wall. So let's pop the plans up. Oh, now I've just got to get this tricky one. So when you do sort of open stairs like this, sometimes it can be a little bit tricky to get the wall, but there you go, that's it. You tend to just line yourself up close with the corner, because you can't often select it from anywhere over here, but if you line yourself up in front of it, you just need to mouse around until you get the wider one like that, and that is the wall selection bit. So there we go. There are other ways around. You can rotate the stairs to make it a little bit easier sometimes, but I find that mousing mostly just does it for me. So I need just another 5 of these and 5 of those, and then that's going to be the final bits of wall planned. You're repairing now. It's not going to cut my stream short at all, yups, no, because it's taking me time to go through it. If you would like to come and build, you're very welcome. I'm quite happy to continue pottering away, but if anybody wants to come and tinker away at some walls, please do. You are more than welcome. Which is the other benefit, in a way, of planning all of the walls. It makes it easier for other people to collaborate with you. If you go and plan all of the walls, then you can kind of get a work party together, which is particularly good if you're doing sort of big events like builds or big deed builds as a community. It makes it much easier to collaborate on builds if you've got one person essentially putting all of the plans in place. And then everybody can just come and chip away at them. No, it's not that one I wanted. That one's already done. So, a wall. And another one. And another one. Yeah, because I'm at the point where I basically get next to no skill from building. So any masonry or carpentry that I get now, I'm not going to get from building, as I built. I got a lot of it in the early days from building, but now I only really get it from other things. So this is not skill gain for me. It's just it is quite fast because my skills are higher, not super high. I mean, you know, they're not Calvert skills, but stone wall. There we go. Wait, I heard that. Are you moving upstairs, Yora? That's creepy as fuck. Right behind me. Right behind me. Okay, right, so all the walls are up. Now I can just go tinking away at them. So I'm going to start with the T-arches on the end because they're going to need a second wall built in them when I'm done. I actually don't want to start with rounded stones. Let's do it. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Let's do it this way.
Goblin glee.
She's so bloody gleeful about it, isn't she? Right, so I'm going to need 20 mortar and as many stones as I can carry. And then we're going to start on these. I'm going to actually need to move those a bit closer, aren't I? Otherwise I'm going to be going back and forth. Nobody wants to go back and forth.
We need to go that way.
God, you don't hear that one very often. Fun, she's giggling like I rarely see her. She's clearly enjoying herself. We were, Calvert and I were playing with the emotes the other day, and I didn't realise quite how many of the emotes do have sound effects, because some of them don't at all, some of them you only get event text, but some of the ones that just almost never get used have got sound effects with them as well. And it seems a shame, because actually some of the most used ones have no sound effects at all. So you get ones like that you just don't hear all that often. What am I doing? I need my trowel, that's why. Yeah, like the directional ones, for example. Yeah, see which Deli Fun is now aptly demonstrating for us on stream. Tomorrow you need to collect the flies. Have you got a honey jar with you? Good night. Good night, Cesar. Flies kind of need to be collected slowly and over time, but don't they? Yeah, I suppose they do decay. Because there probably aren't so many animals here. Although, mind you, is the dairy still full of cows, or have the cows all been, you know... I suppose you're not going to be killing them for corpses yet, are you? Because the corpses won't last. So you could maybe get quite a few flies from the dairy. No, you can post or beg one. There are a lot of animals at Grumpy, that's very true. You would have no shortage of flies if you went over there. What am I doing? Oh, rounded stone. That's me not paying attention. Whoops. Whoops. Pumping the cows full of... Thank you for that, Matt. What a horrible vision.
Whoops. Nobody saw that, right?
Is that refilling the dairy cows so that there's a good amount to grind on over here? No, I need mortar. Start with the mortar. Why have I made this so big? Why do I do this to myself? Sorry, I realise that this is a very, very untidy thing to be watching as well, with like windows all over the place. This must drive people mad. Weirdly, this is... it is one of the things that drives me mad, but I was saying before, like, sometimes I don't notice, like, even though it's irritating me, I don't notice that it's irritating me until it goes, I guess it reaches a threshold level of irritation, and then I'm suddenly like, why have I got windows open all over the place? And that's when I go, like, resizing them and reorganising them. But, I imagine it's a little bit different if you're watching it than just getting distracted by all of the stuff, like me. You refilled a few cows earlier, did you, Ruffle? I mean, they are refilling them, in as much as they are refilling on cows rather than refilling the cows. What are you doing with that sheep, Ruffle? I saw you. I saw you leading a sheep. Always faintly suspicious that it's not in fact Ruffle at all if there's no sheep following after her. Who's on a cow? You're having fun down there, Myra. You're coming to show us your cows that you've refilled. Oh, so you've got to move it as well. It's a special cow. I got one of those. Look at her parading on her cows. Oh, you're hugging it. Well, that's a good thing to do with it. That's a good thing to do with it. I approve. No, I don't want more mortar. I want more of this. Yeah. Quite sus, Ruffle abducting so many sheep. Why? What else is she going to put in her pockets if not sheep? She's not wombling up sheep. She's going to be wombling up something else. Abducting. She hugs them. She's just demonstrated what she does with them. She just hugs them all. It's like me with chickens. I could just spend all day just like hugging my chickens. Being like, yes, chooks. Yes, chooks. At least your intentions are clear about the kills. I don't really know that that's a selling point, but you know, we're going to murder them, but at least we're honest about it. She's being honest about it. She's going to hug them and love them and squeeze them and take care of them forever and ever and ever and keep expanding her deed to make more ratio to keep more of them. That's what she's going to do. And one day, maybe they will put knitting in the game and she'll be well away. She could knit straight off the back of a sheep. And call him George. Yep. We need knitting. Also, grinding animal husbandry. Because if you keep needing more care slots, more sheep beget more sheep, because all of that delicious shearing. Right, okay, so we've got our 3 T-arches. Now, instead of carrying on, what I'm actually going to do is do the second build in these walls first to get it out of the way. So. For that, I'm going to need some more rounded stone, although I've already got some in my inventory, and I'm going to need some more bars, which are in this one. Can't remember how many I need. Is it 2? 2 lots of bars? Let's find out. Bloody hell! Has Deli Fun just moved? Again. Oh my god! That's creepy! Creepy. No, you now see Ruffle riding champ sheep and knitting. You've misplaced your sheep. Did you by any chance lose it on the corner of a building? Because that's where I misplaced most of my sheep. Right, rounded stone. We're going to build high iron fences in rounded stone, and that will complete those lovely windows. It is indeed 2 fence bars. Super. This is what I mean about having to build these walls twice. But they do look good, so can't resent it too much. Oh, am I too far from my rounded stone bricks? Say it ain't so. Let's get a little bit closer then. Speaking of inconsistencies in Wurm, which I wasn't, but I'm now going to, because I wanted to just segue across to that. It annoys me that I can build a wall from 1 tile over, but a fence I have to be directly in front of. Where are my rounded stones? Why are you not letting me have my rounded stones? I just want them all to work the same way, goddammit. Somewhere in the imping building. Yeah, and not too close when finishing. I know. Because I can stand, like for a 3-tile wall like this, I can stand in the middle and happily plan and build all of those walls, but as soon as I want to put fences in there, then I've got to be lining myself up directly in front of them, but not too close, not over the border. Sometimes I end up slow walking and timing my build, so I cross over just in time to start the next one. I'm being kissed by a crate with ears.
Hello.
Hello, Yups. Hello, Yups. There you are. Have you come to build, Yups? Have you checked your pockets? Ta-da! There we go. There's one of those done. So you have. Excellent. So all of these walls are already pre-planned, except for these T-arches, which I'm just adding extra gates into. So you've got, you shouldn't actually need anything in the slabs, shards and bricks one there. These 2 crates have got mortar and rounded stones between them. So knock yourself out. And thank you. It's always nice to have a bit of help, instead of being heckled by some ears in a crate. At least she stopped farting in my direction. For now. Right, what do I need? I need more rounded stones. Do you have... Oh, wait, hang on. I probably just need to set you up with perms in here. Let me just do that. Permissions. Manage building. Yeps. Yeps. There you go. You should now have the requisite perms that you need for the building as well. Rounded stones is what I wanted. So some more of those. So does anybody know? I seem to remember somebody saying that the Factional Fight Brothers made some of the emote sounds in this. Is that true? Does anybody know? Does anybody know where the emote sounds came from, when they were added? Who created them? I can't remember where that bit of information would have come from. So the hello, as in the hello is from the Factional Fight Brothers. Is that what you're saying, Bun? Yeah. I don't know. So are the kissing sounds also there? I do think the kissing sounds are a little bit weird, but on the other hand, if you're going to put a kiss sound in, I guess there are limited ways that you can do it that aren't just going to be creepy, whereas that one does sound like a really kind of like, you know, mwah, sort of a not creepy kiss. What am I doing? What am I doing? Right, I'm doing fence planning. God, that took me a hot minute. Rounded stone.
Hey, over here.
Fences. Yes, Deli Fun. Are we just now experimenting with emotes to see which one's which? So the male hello is Farron. Okay. Add a crafting window, that's what I wanted. So distractible. So anybody who has been in the game for a while, do any of you remember the emotes getting added? Like the emote sounds getting added? Like, when did that happen? Did it all happen at once? Did they just add a whole raft of them and then never add any more? Also, I really feel like there are emotes that are missing from the game, which would be, like, super good to have. And I feel like we should start a petition. Because there are emotes that basically never get used, and I don't mind that they're there, but frankly we could get rid of them. But there are some which, like, we desperately want, like, there would be so frequent uses for, like, for example, cheering, because you can applaud, but a cheer is a different thing, and actually there would be loads of uses for a cheer kind of an emote. That seems like one that's missing. I'm sure there are other ones that I've thought of as well. So sounds were already there in 2007, were they, Ups?
Well done.
Yeah, you see. So, you know, applause is being like, well done for a good job. But we need a kind of cheering somebody on sort of a one, right? You know, like a motivational you can do it kind of you've got this sort of a cheer. I think we need some more kind of, you know, interactive ones like that. Maybe some other kinds of emotes around, I don't know, like when you invite someone to spar or duel, for example, it would be really cool if there were a sound emote associated with that. I'm sure there's other ones as well. But I can think of lots of things that it would be really quite nice to have sound emotes for that we don't. You feel like applaud is something you do. Yeah, it kind of sounds sassy, right? Well done. It does sound a little bit sort of tongue-in-cheek. What am I missing? Ah! Oh, wait. Wait. Got my fence. Oh, it's rounded stones that I'm missing. To be not paying attention. There we go. Yeah. Well done. It could be positive, but it always sounds like it's got an edge of sass. Well done. Dueling noise, the sounds of cheese slapping against flesh. No, but I suppose I'm thinking about, like, so like when Calvert and I were doing Medieval Dynasty, for example, and then, like, 1 or 2 seasons in, we discovered emotes. Some of those were really quite enjoyable. like the squaring up one to try and pick a fight with somebody. That's quite a nice one. Fence, rounded stone, high iron fence. There we go. I suddenly thought that Yups had gone and built all of the other walls while I was dithering with these fences. I'm glad to see that she hasn't. But yeah, I don't know. It would be nice. It would be nice to get some more in there, but I don't even know if it's possible. Like, I feel like there's a few things like that where the game could do with like little bits of extra content that could even be like, you know, player created or submitted as part of like a competition or something to like crowdsource them. It's not like they'd have to go hunting out like, you know, royalty free stuff. A lot of those things would be perfectly creatable. But I don't know how feasible it is to actually add anything like that into the game at this point. God, I'm out of rounded stones again. Pay attention, Crim. I'm too far away from my stones is why. You're only a mediocre mason, Yups. What's your masonry at? Is this Bun and Myra's kind of mediocre? I.e. 90 plus? Oh no, Myra's PC's not happy. Oh dear. 63. That's not mediocre. But on the plus side at 63, hopefully that means that you are still getting some masonry ticks off these. Probably not much. It does slow down a lot, sort of between kind of 50 and 70, I think, but hopefully still some. So there we go. Now we've got our sort of long barred windows over there. And now if I get some mortar, I'm going to start working my way around some of those ones. So 20, and as much of that as I can. And that's the crafting window. I wonder if I have got any masonry to speak of today. Let's have a look. I have got 0.015 masonry gain today. And I have not yet hit 90. It's going to slow down even more when I get to 90. But this is what I mean. I basically like the things that I do. The only things I do that use masonry tend to be buildings, and those just do not get you points, really, at this level. I need to move on to statues, I think, or something else. Imping something, I guess. Statues are going to be stone cutting, presumably, right? So what is it for masonry? You can tell I don't grind because I don't even know. What do things like grindstones and mortars and pestle get you? Is that stone cutting or is that masonry? Imp ovens and forges. Yeah, but ugh, no, it just sounds so dull. Yeah, actually, bridges and colossuses. You're quite right. Bridges is what gets me masonry skill now. I need to be building nice big long bridges, because I get decent gains from those still. And probably fairly decent for colossuses if I start actually going and doing some more colossuses at rifts for the rift mats, which are much better quality than the ones that you harvest off the rift nodes. So I intend to do more of that for the rift mats, but actually that should help me with my masonry as well, particularly if I ever remember to put my sleep bonus on. And some of the mission structures. Yeah. Gonna have to build me a temple. Don't know where I'm going to put it. I kind of want to build one at the Gloaming Sanctum, but on the other hand, I don't know if I'm going to keep the Gloaming Sanctum long term. And I'm reluctant to put my one and only temple with those precious white dotted flowers on a deed that isn't definitely staying. There's no room for it at Little Venice. Which would mean Brambleheim, but I don't really have a good place to put it on Brambleheim. I could, if I think I'm going to go ahead with this pop-up event deed, I could put it there. That might be a nice place for it. gonna need more mortar, aren't I? Oh, listen to that thunder. So good. That's also on my shopping list of things I would like more of in Wurm. More extreme weather, please. Yes, please. I want, like, heavy downpours, and I want proper thunderstorms. Like, not just the sounds. I want, like, thick clouds and... Yes, yes, yes. It's funny, like, weather in particular does an awful lot of heavy lifting for atmosphere in games for me. Tree houses and palaces work for you, Robbie. How do they, though? Is it just because the amount of stuff that you're building, or is it particular things in those, other than, like, bog standard walls and floors, that are getting you skill? Is it because there's a lot of things like bridges involved? See, I got loads of falling snow this winter. Yeah, I would like blizzards. Like, we've got some really, really good weather effects in here already, and I love them, do not get me wrong. I want more. I want more. I want proper storms. I want really heavy rain. Do you know, one of my favourite things about Red Dead Redemption was the weather effects in it. I thought they were so, so good, especially the storms. And like the heavy rain. It's really, really atmospheric. For anybody who's ever played The Sims, in fact, my favourite Sims 2 expansion was Seasons. Because, like, adding the weather into the game, it wasn't really like the weather-related events, but it was actually having, like, the weather in the game, like being able to get snowed in and, like, go puddle jumping and all of that stuff. That was all of the good content for me. I don't know what it is. It's just weather. Weather does a lot for me in terms of atmosphere, and a lot of the things that keep me coming back to games, or that have games take up a special place in my heart, so that I keep drifting back to them, is how a game makes me feel, and whether I like spending time in the game world much, much more than do I enjoy the gameplay loop, whatever that is. Do I enjoy spending time in the world? I enjoy spending time in the world in Wurm. I enjoy spending time in the world in Skyrim. I also enjoy the gameplay mechanics. But mostly what I find I miss, and what draws me back to them, is wanting to spend time in those worlds again. We do not need rain in games too. Yeah. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. I mean, I like rain in real life too, but in fairness, if I lived up in Manchester, I might not like it quite so much, because Manchester is sort of perpetual rain. Whereas I live in the balmy southeast, practically in France, as some people like to tell me. So we've got a very, very specific microclimate in the corner of England where I live, which is very, very mild. So we do still get rain, but not lots of it. We miss most of the big storms. We're very lucky in a lot of ways with our climate in this corner of England. Certainly not like living over on the west coast. They get properly battered. I need to not fall down that gap. Nearly. We still need a name for this building, by the way. Otherwise I shall just call it something other than rename me. So you don't like rain in games at all, Myra? Is that because you've got enough rain out of game? Or is it because actually weather effects kind of spoil your enjoyment of the game rather than enhancing it? You'd be happy without the snow in Wurm too. Balmy, as in balmy with an L, not with an R. Balmy and mild has a negative effect on your mood. See, it makes me feel cozy. Because, and I feel like that about sort of like real life rain as well. I mean, it's miserable if you've got to be stuck out in it and you can't get warm. What I really like about rain is being cozy inside in the warm with like the wind howling and the rain pelting down outside. That increases my feelings of coziness in a way that being inside when outside is mild just doesn't. And I find it does the same in games for me as well. Like, I really like the weather being really weathery so that I can just feel like cozy in the space that I'm in. But I also quite enjoy going out in it. So maybe I'm a little bit of a weirdo in that way. Like I like going out in rain as long as I don't have to stay out in it long term. Really, really heavy rain, I will deliberately go out, spend time in heavy rain. Like I love the kind of the percussive feel of it, like on my skin. I love getting drenched, so long as I can then come back in and also have like the cozy loveliness of getting to like towel myself off and warm myself back up and change my clothes. You know, it is a lot less fun when you've just got to be out in it getting soaked and sore and cold with no reprieve. But I really enjoy weather. I love snow as well, but I love snow when it's proper snow, and we haven't had proper snow here for a long time. Mostly what we get here is just enough snowfall that it very quickly compacts to ice, and that is horrible. But when you get enough snow that it stays, like, you know, you get properly powdery snow, that's lovely. It's just the downside of our mild climate is on the rare occasions down here when we get snow, we get just enough to make the roads really dangerous. And then we get sort of like black ice. You got hit by lightning in Vintage Story yesterday. Almost needed a change of underwear. I kind of like, I want to see somebody get hit by lightning in Wurm. Like, has anybody ever actually seen that or had it happen to them? Have any of you ever been hit by lightning? I know it's rare. I assume that you do actually see it, that it happens. I'd be really disappointed if you don't. What do I need? I need more stones. Don't fall down the gap. So, nearly. Nearly. Yeah, rain makes me feel cozier. And wind as well, howling wind. And I was definitely like, there was a period in my childhood where I was afraid of thunderstorms, as I think most children are at some point. And I don't know how I got over it. Like, I don't have any particularly strong memories of anybody, like, coaching me through thunderstorms or explaining away the lightning in the skies to me. I just sort of... I think I remember being quite fascinated by it as a child, but I do also remember being frightened by it for a while, but evidently not for long. Because actually, most of my prevailing memories of things like extreme, well, what felt like extreme weather when I was a small kid, I had this little, tiny little bay window in my bedroom up until, in the house I lived in, up until I was about, I don't know, six, maybe 7. And I remember sitting sort of tucked up in that bay right up against the glass with the curtains closed behind me and the night sky outside, just sort of watching the weather and the sky. I grew up on the coast as well, so, you know, you sort of like had like just beautiful like glittering skylines out over the sea. So I probably, like a lot of my kind of romanticizing of weather and skies probably does go back to then. But yeah, I don't know what switched it for me. Maybe it was just that I realised that actually it wasn't going to hurt me, and then it stopped being scary and just started being kind of fascinating. But as somebody who has origin stories for most things that I either love or am afraid of, I don't have one for weather. I just fucking love it. You've always felt drawn to the sea. I love the sea. Like, I love the sea, and I'm also terrified of the sea. Sort of, I kind of, the ocean for me is one of those things which fills me with awe, both in a, this is magnificent, and also, this is so much bigger than me, and kind of terrifying. So, like, I enjoy it with a healthy dose of respect for how terrifying it really can be. And I grew up the daughter of a marine electronics engineer, so he was out in boats all the time. I wasn't. It's not like I had that much exposure to the sea for somebody who grew up by it and, you know, had a parent who spent all of his time working on boats. But yeah, I like watching the sea as well. Like, some of my favourite places to go when I need to just sort of like do a bit of a reset or think about stuff are places sort of like on the coast, kind of quite wild, rugged places where I can just go and watch the sea in the sky. always felt quite privileged growing up by the sea, and I find whenever I have moved sort of further inland, I miss the smell of the sea air. So whenever I smell kind of like sea salt, sea spray on the air, it feels like I'm in home for me. Even though I haven't lived by the sea for a long time now. Like, I'm never far from a coast, because in the southeast of England there's sea on 3 sides in my county. So there's sea in every direction. It's just I don't live quite so close to it anymore, but it's still only sort of, 10, 15 miles away. It's never far for me to go when I want some sea. Myra, have you ever lived near the sea? Or have you mostly lived sort of further inland? I often find there's a mix. Like, some people who grew up by the sea are always drawn to the sea, but also I meet people who kind of grew up in quite kind of like urban or inland places, who sort of have always felt a call to the sea, and didn't get that kind of, seminal childhood experience that I had, for example, of growing up right by it. You grew up about 10 minutes walk to the sea. Yeah. You grew up inland, Ruffle, and you love the sea. I grew up, my first house was one road back from the sea, so I could see the sea from my bedroom window. And my second one, I couldn't see the sea from my bedroom window, but there was a little glen at the end of my road. So it was literally a 5-minute walk just through this little woodland and then out onto the top of some sand cliffs, with the sea crashing around below. So all through my childhood, both my childhood homes, I was always close to the sea. Oh, yups, you're putting me to shame. I'm dithering. I know I am. Right, Mortar. God, I swear it hasn't been an hour since we last had a meteor shower. Surely it hasn't. Surely not. I suppose what would have been helpful is if I had actually just moved some of these up. Let's do that. Let's pop that there. And pop that one there. What do you mean I can't place it that far away? How about there? There we go. You like wild water too, like waterfalls and wild rivers. Yeah. Some of my favourite places to be sort of on the coast as well are the places where you get like really kind of nature in its really very raw form. One of my favourite places to go is an old Roman fort up on a crumbling cliff, where they've been trying for years to try and prevent it from just tumbling into the sea. So the fort is right on the cliff edge. Wait, I don't need more of that. And even though it's not that high up, when you go and stand up there, sort of just a little bit up, you constantly get a face full of wind. Even if it's not a very windy day, you just kind of get the full force of nature buffeting you in the face. And I love it. It knocks the breath out of my lungs in a way that feels very kind of reminds me of how small I am in a comforting kind of a way, rather than a nihilistic kind of a way. Do you live in West Norway? Nothing besides raw nature. The fjords are beautiful. They are beautiful. In fact, I was saying that the other day about Indy. I think part of what I like so much about Indy's landscape is it reminds me of the fjords. So many of those mountains come right down to the water's edge. You've got a lot of like quite dramatic landscape, whereas on a lot of the smaller servers, like our mountains are safely in the middle of like bigger bits of land. You do get a few, whereas so much of Indy is like big epic mountains that come right down to the shoreline, which is beautiful. And I think I realised the other day it was reminding me in places of the fjords and what I think is quite so beautiful about those. Wait, that is already the one that I'm on. Pay attention, Crim. Not that I have travelled a great deal in Norway. I have only travelled a little bit there. Yeah. I went to Bergen briefly, but then I also went up I went up along some of the fjords up to the... I hiked up to like one of the glaciers. I want to say, I'm going to pronounce this so badly. I think it was called something like Geiranger Glacier, and up into some of the other fjords. It was a while ago now, in fairness. I just sort of like dotted my way up a bit of the west coast. Yeah. $20 years ago, though, in fairness. It's a bit less. 17 years ago, that would have been. Honeymoon. My first marriage. I went to Norway. Oh. Yups is on that last one. I think. Is that it? Is that it? That is it. Let's put those down. Have you always lived there? Like, did you both grow up in that area of Norway as well? So next we're going to have our ceilings, which means I'm going to need to go and find those slate shards. Where did those go? Marble. Where did the slate shingles, there we go. So we can get that up there. Slate shingles. What? Is the toon that unloaded the slate shingles still standing quite close to me? It's telling me I can't haul them up. But I can't remember who dropped them off. Was that one of yours, Moira? I thought it was one of Bun's. There we go. Just heard the footsteps. Somebody ran away. Okay, right, so final bit before we then have to go bashing down my scaffolding. Actually, not quite final bit, because I think, hang on, I think, is there some timber structure upstairs? Let me have a quick look. Let's have a quick look. Yes, there is. Haha. There is actually a bit more to do. So up here, we want another four timber half arches. So tell you what, let me. There's no reason I can't do both at once. So let's plan the roof first, and then I will go and plan the walls and get started on those. Roof. There we go. Plan a roof. Plan a roof. Roof. Is my mic a bit further away? Might be a bit further down. Is that better? Yeah, I might have knocked it down. Tell me if that's better though. It is also, as the stream goes on and as the night wears on, my voice is also getting a little bit rougher, which makes me quiet down, forces me to quiet down a little bit too. But it's possible it's also the mic. Good. Glad that's better. It doesn't take much. I don't have to move it far for it to make a really quite big difference to the volume. And a roof, and a roof, and no, come back. No. Don't mind me, I'm just contending with some of my windows. Don't be difficult. There we go. What was I doing? Roofs, yes. Plan a roof. And a roof. Okay. So, yups, if you want to carry on, all of these need to be slate shingle And we're not filling in the middle gaps, so just the ones that are planned. Need to be slate shingle roofs. If it will let you do the planning. If not, I can attach the first shingle to everything. Oh, I see. It was your one bun. Cool. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yups. Meanwhile, I'm going to plan these remaining timber walls and start on those. So, no, wait. Surely that was a T-arch. I know I confidently said it was a thing, but I'm sure it was a T-arch. At least I meant it to be. I did not put it as a T-arch. Well, that I'm pretty sure was an error, because let me just have a look at this. This looks much nicer, I think, when you do it with a T-arch. Let's, because that's what the trellis was there for, to essentially provide a kind of a screen. So if I timber T-arch this one, yeah, there we go, because then we get the open corner there if we want it, or we can stick a trellis in to block off that bit. So I want a T-arch, and then I want half arches on the rest. I plan it and then never change anything, she says. Except I'm sure that it was originally a T-arch, and evidently when I did some redesign stuff, I lost it. So, what am I going to need? I'm going to need beams after all. Where were my beamies? There. So, we're going to have a T-arch there, side arch there, side one there. Look at that, I can do it all from this tile. So much better than with fences. And then build a T-arch, build a side arch, build a side arch, and build a side arch. Who cares that some of them are right and some of them are left? Good night, my June. It is indeed late. It has just gone 1 AM here. Crafting window, and now I need my materials, which are all the way over here. Let's move that one there. Magnificent. Magnificent. Gimme grass. Gimme some clay. We're getting there. We're getting there. Don't know that I'm going to get a chance to make my marble tables. I don't even know if I can make marble tables yet, you know. Would help if I had the right tool equipped, wouldn't it? Let's do that. So, what is the skill requirement for marble tables? Because I possibly still don't have it. I might need to get some help. Let's have a look. Faithful Wurmpedia. You know, I swear I have Wurmpedia open. Like, the more experienced I get in Wurm, the more I have Wurmpedia open, not the less. Rectangular marble table requires 50 stone cutting. And the round ones require 60. So the round ones are actually harder. My stone cutting is not super. Let's have a look. Oh, 47.99. So I'm going to have to, hello. I'm going to have to solicit some help.
Hello.
For the marble table decorations, I think. I was also going to knock up some empty shelves, but those should be quite quick to do at least. This you took on your way to a job for a friend. What is this? What is this? Oh. See? Look at that. Look at that. So beautiful. I live in quite a flat bit of England. And like we've got like some hills, but not very much. So whenever I go driving elsewhere in England and we get, you know, slightly better hills, I'm always like, oh, hills. But even our mountains are pretty modest. We don't have that many of them. It's probably why I enjoy that rugged landscape so much whenever I go anywhere else. Right, there's our T-arch. Get a bit more clay. Do this one. We have no hills. Yeah, you're welcome to. Hang on, let me just add you in. Although I don't think we've got many roofs left. Oh no, we still got some. Yep. Okay, right. Let me just add you in. Right, there you go. Everybody's got managed permissions. Don't abuse them, guys. Help yourself. There's also some slate shingles. There you go, in the crate over by where Yups is. I haven't actually started any of the roofs, but they are all just going to be slate shingle roofs, and we are not doing the ones in the middle. Those are going to stay as an open roof centre bit. Then I'm going to need Deli Fun's help, pretty please, to knock down the scaffolding. Although, do we want to put ceilings up? We could put ceilings up under the roofs. That might be quite nice, actually. Maybe we should do that. Put ceilings up and then knock our scaffolding down. I still haven't made any ceilings in the game, despite helping and watching Calvert make all of his. I haven't put any up on my own deed yet. Not yet, Deli Fun, but soon. What kind of ceilings would we like? I kind of feel like maybe they should be like ones that sort of scaffolding. Yes, the scaffolding is so all of the ladders are going to come down once we finish doing the roof and the ceilings, basically. Scaffolding. Sorry, is that not a word that translates terribly well? The stuff that we climb up onto. Hello. Look at your freckles. Oh, you horror! You horror! Why would you do it? Oh, God. Ugh. Ugh. But if I do that, there will be no light. What are you talking about, there will be no light? What, from the ceilings? Why would there be no light? I'm confused. Or are you talking about something other than the ceilings? I'm not talking about ceiling over the bit in the middle. I'm talking about ceiling under the roofs here, so that we're not looking up onto the slate. Yeah. No, I just meant under these bits, because now that we have them, it might be quite nice not to be looking up onto the slate. And also, it would. I don't like having. It always looks a little bit weird to me when you've got roofs that don't have like a supporting wall underneath. But somehow I think it looks less bad with a ceiling. I don't know. But I think ceilings might be quite nice. Then now we've got them in the game while we're up here, while we've got the scaffolding in place. It might be quite nice to do that. The question is, do we have the squared ones, or do we have the plank ones to kind of reflect the floors below, or the upper floors anyway? What am I doing? Bunches of grass and clay. Yeah, and then we can indeed hang lights and things if we want. Which again, we probably need to do before we take the scaffolding down. Which might mean that I need to go and knock up some chandeliers, or if anybody is already at a forge, could knock up some chandeliers. Probably some iron ones, I think. How many would we want in a space like this? Like, probably only 4. Maybe. Why aren't... Oh, beams. Pay attention, Crim. Where are my beams? There's my beams. Has anybody got a forge lit anymore? What am I going to need? 6. I could go and light one and knock up some chandeliers if not. I'm pretty sure that we can't hang them without the scaffolding, is that right? I don't think we can hang stuff two tiles up. I think we need the scaffolding for that too. Don't know. That's right, I can go and have a look in a minute. Assuming there's some iron kicking around, I could knock up some chandeliers super quick. Especially if we plan the ceilings so that those can also be chipped away at. What does? How does the plank ceilings look? I know there's two kinds, right? There's sort of like a rustic one. You'll need to go to bed soon. Or you'll need to go to bed soon, but you're the bashing toon. You can go to bed, guys. We don't have to finish this now. I mean, by all means, make me some chandeliers if you want to. I can bash these down slowly, or we could just leave it till tomorrow. It would be quite nice to bash them down today. But if you feel like just knocking out 4 iron chandeliers, we could get those up. We could get those up super quick. At least, and get that. Yeah, it's 1:15 here, so it must be, yeah, 2:15 for you guys. Whew. I mean, or we don't have to have chandeliers on our ceilings. We could just have our ceilings and have hanging lamps on the walls. Last one of those. I'm going to need another 2 beams and a load of clay. 2 beams, 2 beams, 2 beams. 20 clay, and then that's it for these. Oh, come on, come on. Tell I'm getting tired as well because I keep misclicking stuff. Yeah, we'd need 4 candles to go in the 4 chandeliers. I might be carrying some. I don't think I'm carrying 4 though. Let's have a look. I was carrying some candles. Oh, maybe I'm not carrying. Oh no, I've got 3. How frustrating. I've got 3 candles. 4 candles. No. No. Candles. Roof's nearly done. Well done, guys. So I'm just going to get that last bit of clay up. And then I suppose if we're going to try and get ceilings up for those chandeliers to go on, there is a hole in the floor. I'm sorry, Yups. There are stairs. It's quite easy to fall through. Come on. Then if we can get ceilings up just around the ones which are above the ladders, so the ladders can be taken down, the last ceilings can be done once those are bashed. But if we can get these ceilings done so that Myra can bash these, I think she can one-hit them before she logs for the night. It would be nice to get rid of those, but if not, it's not the end of the world. So, right. Finally, what do we need for ceilings? Oh God, they're not in that menu, are they? Let's have a look in this one. Ceilings. Wood ceilings? Let's have a look at wood ceilings. 2 small nails, 10 planks. That looks pretty easy. Let's try that. I've seen quite a lot of squared ceilings recently. So I've just got to remember how we do. There we go, plan ceiling. Plan ceiling. Plan ceiling. Plan ceiling. Again and again. And again and again. These are the ones that we need to get finished before Myra can log for the night. The rest we can do without her. So these should be quite quick to knock up. Small nails. In fact, I might still have a whole load of small nails in that pet bowl. I do. Let's just stick a few more in. And then it's just planks, right? So I need to haul the planks up because I think they're still down the bottom. Where are my planks? There they go. There's the planks. Have we finished all the roofs, guys? By all means, there's small nails in the big BS, in the building box BSB, and there's planks in the thing. If we can just knock up the ceilings that I've planned, we are going to, hang on, ceiling, build, wood, rendered wood. So we're just going to do the wood one, not the rustic wood, I think. Although I do quite like the way the rustic wood works. And all of those planks are walnut, so they should all come out the same one consistently. It's not like you're going to be putting different plank colours on them. Wood. Yeah. Right, we've got it. Target QL, it doesn't matter because it's going to be on deed. So whatever your creation QL is probably fine. It's not like they're going to be taking any damage. So I assume, like lamps, they've got to be at least 10 to be lit and secured. But anything above that should be fine because they shouldn't be taking damage up there. Matters how bright they light. Yeah, okay, so I actually don't think you necessarily want them very high. I would do them at creation QL. Because what we don't want to do is really blow out all of the colours in Sid's dyed stuff. We just want the space lit. So I think lower might actually be better. Particularly because it's easier than if extra light needs to be added, we can add kind of like accent lights, hanging lights and things around the walls. Whereas if the chandeliers are too bright, we can't really do anything with the lighting and we can't easily take them back down without putting all the scaffolding back up. So I think lower is better in this case. Home run. Final bit. Final bit. $40 QL it is. Is that your creation QL? Nope, nope, that's squared wood. Nearly. Wood. Wood ceilings. 99 QL or bust. That would be so bright, Moomix. So bright. That's what you define as low. Okay. And we need at least 1 candle. But if you can give me at least 2, I'd like to have at least 1 candle left behind, because every so often I find something that needs a candle in it. God damn it, if I haven't already got one on me. It just doesn't get done. Right. Do this one. Never ever made a candle. I think it's just a string of cotton and beeswax. Yeah. Or fat. Yeah, or fat. Beeswax or fat. And a cotton string. And again, it doesn't matter the quality because they're on deed, so once you load a candle in them, they're not going to go out. They just need to be fueled once. So I'm starting to wonder if the walnut is actually a little bit too chocolatey, but never mind, a bit late now. It'll do. It'll do. We'll pretend we did it on purpose. All ceilings, yeah, all ceilings would wood walnut. I was just trying to get the ones above the ladders done first, so that the ladders could be, so the chandeliers could be put up and the ladders could be knocked down. But actually, these go up super fast, so you might as well carry on all the way around to the ones that I haven't planned as well over the solid bit of upper floor. There we go. There's that one. That one's already done. The other thing I suppose we just want to make sure is they should all be oriented the same way. But it would really bug me if we took the scaffolding down and then we found like some of them were rotated. So plan ceiling. That one's already done. That one's already done. Let's do it. Got some helpers now. I suddenly have a... I didn't plan to put anything on the wall on this upper side, did I? No, I didn't. Good, good. I suddenly had a moment where I was like, was I planning to put something in this wall? But no, I was not. I was not. We are all good. It is all as planned. All as planned. So then it's just the chandeliers, which we need to load candles into. I'll put those up and we'll light them, importantly. Then the scaffolding can come down. You guys can go to bed. And I can do any final tweaks before I keel over. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Right. Oh, weird. Okay, so let's close all of those. I'm just going to get these up. And then I don't think there's anything else that needs doing up here. So once these are up, where should we put them? I reckon. Drop, place. Can we then move to center? No, we can't. Oh, God. You know what? Why didn't they give us move to center on the chandeliers? That would have been so, so helpful. Right, let's do it this way. So I'm going to count across. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's frustrating. And we want it centered above that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, around about there. How's that look? Slightly too far. No, way too far over. Way too far. So actually, does it want to be halfway along that? They could have made it easier. Just going to move that slightly. Let's put it like there and set it at a jaunty angle. How's that? Does that look fairly central? Somebody else go and have a look at that. Give me an opinion while I do this one. So then above this one. So we're going to go like halfway along there. And like partway along there, right? So up with there. Is that one too far over? Or is that about right? Feels like maybe too far over. Oh, yes. I haven't even tried grid doing it. Can we? Is it letting you guys do that? Let's try. Drop. Place. No, it's not letting us. It's not letting us do it. Clip it. Frustratingly. 1, 2, 3. What do we say? Like halfway along there. Is that it? That one seems to be further over, so that maybe needs a little bit of a push. You got your trellises. Move. Oh, you can only turn them. You can't place them. Right, I've just got to line it up with the one over there. It needs to move over a little bit, doesn't it? Like that, maybe? Those two look pretty lined up to me from this end. This one's going to be under a thing, that's fine. Drop, place. Myra is done for it. Oh, Myra. Are you going to have time to... You're not going to have time to bash these floors down. Don't worry then. I can either do it slowly or it can wait for another day. I just was trying to get these up in time in case we could. Oh, bugger. God, I wish they made the placement of these easier. I so wish they had. That's way too far over. So we want it roughly there. There-ish. How's that? I think the one over at Yups' end just needs to come a little bit further. So let's secure that one. It's hops. It is hops. Myra, have you got enough in you to take that scaffolding back down for us just as soon as we secure these? Or do you need to go now? Contains only candle stumps. Hang on, I've got to fill it. Let's just fill and light. Do we like them straight on or do we like them at a jaunty angle like that? Let me know. Right, let's fill, secure, and light. Jaunty? Right, jaunty it is. Secure. Oh, I don't have permission to secure that one. Whoever placed that one is going to have to come and secure it. And then this one, I think I said needed to move over slightly. So, like that, maybe? Is that more or less halfway along? Does it line up with the T-arch? Yes, it does. Right. So we're going to secure that. And then we're going to fill it. Then we're going to light it. And turn it at a jaunty angle. Has this one now been secured? Light. They are all lit. The scaffolding can come down. Oh, so, Myra, pretty please, anything that is a ladder, can you bash it down? And I will haul this stuff back down. Do I want any of it upstairs for any reason? You know what, I might just push it over here for now in case I need it upstairs. I can always push it back off later. Let's move, place that there. Thank you, Yups and Wolfschaft for the help. That was super. Rounded stones I'm not going to need down here, so that can get hauled down. Slate shingles I'm not going to need, so that can get hauled down. Let's just push that a little bit further for safety. Those are all the right way round. That one is the wrong way round though. Let's just rotate that. Da-da-dum. I was planning to maybe make a trellis to put over this gap. Who's carrying it? You're carrying a turret, Myra. I didn't even know that you could put those in your hands. Look at that. Ridiculous. I love it. I love it. God, I did not know that you could equip those, but I'm so pleased that you can.
Oh, yes.
Thank you so much for your help. Yups, and Bull Chef, and obviously Myra and Bun as well, who have been chipping in, delivering me things, and coming and bashing stuff down. Yeah. That's so good. That's so good. Also, it looks like it's got little eyes. Are those its eyes? I don't think I've ever looked at one quite this close up. They're kind of cute, you know. I kind of love them. Oh, so right, yeah, don't fall down the hole. Don't fall down the hole. And in fact, what I'm tempted to do, I'm just going to go and grab a wagon and tidy up a little bit so that we can see a bit better, because I've got a whole load of stuff scattered around down the bottom. So let me just go and do that. Do that, do that, do that. Where did I put the wagon? Over here, I think. Saw off the branch you're sitting on. Well, I did think as I was going shuffling stuff around, like it wouldn't surprise me if a floor just disappeared out from under me. Okay, so let's just tidy up the stuff a little bit, because it'll be less painful doing it this way than it will be me placing everything. Blue Dabbity. I want to say Eiffel 65? Did that song, right? Digging that out of the depths of my brain. I see you are now a bear. Very good. So let's just unload these all together now in a corner. Nice and tidy like. And then let's just shuffle these away through the bear. Unload that one. Is that all of them? Is that all of them? Yes, because all of the others are up top, right? Cool. Right, let's go and put this back. Look at them bisons go. Look at their fast little legs. Chunkity chunk. Where was it? It was there, wasn't it? Remember to put those nails back down. Oh, you are wall deco. Unbearable. Oh, now we're carrying tents. I suppose that means I could probably equip my military tent as well. Just knock everybody's eye sockets out. Go on. Let's have a look-see and equip. Crim's Death Tab Trampoline. There you go. It's like an umbrella, the military tent. It's like a really, really big parasol, somehow. One ladder left? Two, oh no, 3 ladders left. 3 ladders left. We're getting there, though. Getting there, though. I don't think I've got anything more fun than that to put in my hands, though. Even though I've got all sorts of stuff in my pockets. What do dragon scales look like? You know, I don't think I've ever actually put them down. Huh. Me. Me. Could have my staff. The staff's quite nifty with its little twisty bit. And I might be able to. Does the sculpting wand ruffle? Did we determine whether the sculpting wand actually has a model? I can't remember if it does or not. Let's have a look. I'm not allowed to drop it, so it won't even let me put it in my hand. Outrageous. Outrageous. No. One ladder left. So nearly there. Oh, there we go. We got a twirling panda tent over there. Have I got anything else exciting? I don't know that I have, actually. I mean, the runes are very pretty. I suspect that they sit sideways on in hands. They probably don't sit very well in hand slots. Ooh, you can't actually hold runes. That surprises me. I wonder if it's because they've got a rotating bit on them. It might be that you can't hold anything which has its own animation. In any case, let me come out of third person and let's go and have a look. Let's go and have a look, because that last ladder's about to go. Pretty good. Let's just pick up those braziers as well. Figure out where I'm going to put those in a bit. How did that... Did somebody rotate out all of those? Because I swear I put those down straight. I forgot about my shark that I'd left here as well. Right, so there we go. You know, I'm going to take that bloody wand out of my hand because I can see it waggling out the corner of my eye. It's driving me nuts. There we go. So, building is built, but not yet decorated. Ooh, what have you got in your hand? What is that you've got, Wolfshaft? That's amazing. What the hell is that? Look at equipment. What have you got? What have you got? What have you got? That's exciting. What is it? What is it? A Farwalker amulet. That's gorgeous. I don't think I've ever seen one of those. I love it. Right, so there we go. Build is finished, but not yet. Not yet decorated. But it is finished, and it is lit. And we've got a nice little mezzanine space up here for many, many racks. Going to build some empty shelves to go along here for more racks. And then I'm going to, not today, elicit some help to get some marble tables so I can set up some display spaces. And I planned to stick some pillars out front, which I might be able to knock up tonight. You like the little mezzanine? It's I mean, so it's not symmetrical, but in some ways I think that's actually kind of nice, because I considered making it symmetrical and coming over this way, but then it spoiled this nice open view in from the side. So actually I think a lopsided mezzanine was the way to go. And then it gives us this kind of like gate leg display space on both floors for the things. You can help with tables. You know, yeah. Thanks, Bun. I will hit you up for them another time. And we've got this nice kind of like open skylight space in the middle. Look at that. Look at that sky. Do you know what? I should do more buildings with skylights. Look at it. Gorgeous. Yeah. So I will make some pillars to hide these wheel bits. I'd kind of be tempted actually to lock this portcullis so that it doesn't go opening and closing for everybody except people who have permissions. And when we take a lot of other people's permissions back off it, it shouldn't then be opening and closing all the time for people. So you sort of treat it like maybe like a window instead of like a door to stop it going up and down all the time. Yeah. So we'll lock it. We'll lock it so it doesn't keep opening for everybody. And then essentially you treat it as sort of like a window space in the middle of these two arch doors. I'm going to put a trellis up here because unfortunately this is another frustration of mine. We've got these sort of like halfway staircases, but you don't have half fences, and I kind of want to be able to fence half of it, but you can't. What you can do though is tuck, in some buildings, bookcases, but in this one I think it'll be a trellis, just to try and give you a little bit of a screen over the bit that you don't want people to accidentally walk off of. And then I will probably also put a little bit of accent lighting with some hanging lights nested into some of these walls in the corners. And that'll be it. You dropped the bear. It's in chains now. Yeah, it's a window. It's a window. I agree. Okay, right, Bun and Myra, I know you guys are tired, so thank you very much for sticking around long enough to get those get the scaffolding down. I'm glad you did, because it's nice to be able to actually see this space opened out like this on stream. Oh, look, the sky's changing as well. So please do, by all means, go to bed. Go to bed. Yeah, I think Rose Arch would be nice. It's a shame in a way that we don't get an opportunity to put one of the nice new skins on it. But yeah, I think a single trellis will fit perfectly across this gap, just as a bit of a screen. I might in fact get 2 trellises and put them back to back, just to make it a little bit thicker, but we'll see. But yeah, I don't think it matters what kind of trellis it is, but the rose trellises are nice. Oh no. But yes, go on, Bun and Myra, go to bed. It's got to be 2:45 now for you, because it is 1:45 for me. And I might just knock up a couple of pillars before I go to bed, and or some shelves. I don't know. It is getting late for me as well, but I'm excited that we've got the build bit finished, and I kind of want to do some north bits. But the lamps and the tables and things are going to have to wait anyway. Oh!
Excuse me.
Wow. Do you know what? Clearly, it is not often that a female toon farts at me, because I didn't even realise it was a different fart sound, but oh my god. Oh, you mean, yeah, you mean with the monthly skin. Wait. Where would we put it, though? Where would we put it? Yeah, the rose arch as opposed to the rose trellis. I don't know that there's a good place to put it in here. Good night, Will Chef. Because I think it will be a bit busy trying to line it up with one of the entrances. Yeah, I feel like that probably wants to be an exterior feature. It would be nice to have one somewhere here on the deed, though. But I'm going to knock up a couple of not skinned trellises to cover up that gap, and then just set up some empty shelves for things to be placed on for displays around here. Maybe an amphora rack up against the wall as well. Oh, 22,000 wemp turned into cordage. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. How much cordage? How much cordage? What was the final figure you managed from today's work? Do we even know? This is going to need some lights on the outside as well, so I'll need to get some brass hanging lamps. And once I've got the pillars in place, I might actually tuck them, like place them sort of just into the front of the pillars, so we've got them sort of flanking this entrance. 19K? No, math's not mathing. And we'll put hanging lamps either side of this bit as well. 17K. 17,000 cordage. Wow. And that puts you at almost the halfway point. So not quite up to the halfway point. What do we say? 17. You'll be following your husband to bed. Good night, Yups. And thank you for the help again. Good night, both. How are we doing? How are we doing? Oh! That's a nicely dyed chair as well. This corner is glitchy. Oh yes, we probably do need to rotate some walls, don't we? Tell me it's not one of the corners on the front though. So that one's good. We might actually be able to do the front ones even without the scaffolding. That one needs turning. Let's turn that one to stop that doing that Z fighting or whatever it's called. There we go. And then how's this one? That one's okay. That should be all the corners sorted, I think. Each cordage is, what, 15.3 favour? And you made, what did we say, 17k? So... Wait, hang on. 15.3 each. That can't be right. Do you mean each one is 1.53? How many did you put in the altar? Okay, you put 10 in. That can't be right then. Surely not. Because 15.3... And you made how many corded ropes? 17,000. Is that... Oh, no. Yes. Yes. Sorry, that's my maths being off. You're quite right. So you are over the halfway point. 260,000 favour. From a day's hard labour. Well done, you guys. That is an amazing amount. Now you just got to do it all again, right? Yikes. Ah, and the sun is up. Ruffle, are you heading off to bed? Oh, do you know what? I'm weighing up now. Like, do I try and like knock out a few pillars and things? Do I head to bed? How many people? I don't know how many people. Have we still got everybody, like, other people watching the stream, or have most of our stream watchers gone to bed? Yeah, you should. It's coming up on 2 a.m. I suspect that most of you are Europeans. I know not all of you are. Yeah, maybe we should leave it there. But I tell you what, I'm going to leave it there, but I'm going to finish decorating it, and I will make sure I take some screenies so I can show you guys on a future stream sort of what the finished bit looked like. And of course, you could actually come along to the Deli Renaissance Festival and see it for yourself in person when Sid hopefully is able to come and set up a lovely dye shop here. So once more with feeling, Deli Renaissance Festival is on in 32 days. You're going to make more lines, catch more flies tomorrow, Ruffle. Yeah, good shout. Is on in just over 30 days, so about 4.5 weeks. It kicks off, runs from the Thursday through to the Sunday. And if you're a Discord sort of a person, you haven't already, you can join a notifications channel there. And Ruffle has pinned my notifications one if you prefer to get your notifications from Discord than from Twitch, or if you find Twitch unreliable. There's a Coterie Discord pinned to the top of the chat that you can go and join just to get stream notifications. But I will be back with a Wurm stream next Saturday. I might manage a weeknight stream this week, but I can't promise. I don't yet know what it would be if I do. And it might be Wurm, or it might be something else. I've been doing a bit of retro gaming lately. And hopefully Calvert and I will be streaming together next Friday on his channel. So hopefully I will see some of you then as well. I didn't have any news, so I didn't have news that I forgot to do today.
Yeah.
But thank you for the follow, Bugsy. But what I do have is a cooldown screen, because I thought I had already done Southport Market as one of my market cooldowns, but apparently I had not. So this is another market on Deliverance. We're on the north side. This one is actually on the south coast of Deliverance, but it's a big flea market experience. It's got more than 50 merchants there. It is the sort of deed where you have to go rummaging through a lot of quite mixed inventory. But there are also some ones there which are sort of just archaeology frags, just rares and things around the sort of the centre point of the deed, if you prefer to just make a beeline for the ones that are the sort of more sorted, more targeted stock. So thank you all for coming and hanging out. I know we've been going on for a while. It's good to see you all, and hopefully I will see some of you in game at the Deli Renaissance Festival in a few weeks, if I don't see you before on another stream. Take care, everybody, and thanks for everybody who was helping out with the build and with ferrying stuff and not farting in my direction. I appreciate you lot too. Good night, everyone.